I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:09 a.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at the michigan.gov/MICRC website for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will now turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you are attending remotely, as well as your physical location where you are attending from. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry. Commissioner Curry, I believe you're still muted.
Sorry about that. I'm present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I would now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Okay. Is it that way? Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting agenda is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with public comment pertaining to agenda topics. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Whoa.
Do you want me to take my mask off? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that if it makes it easier for us to hear you.
Hi, my name is Judy Hart. I live in Ann Arbor, Michigan, which is in Washtenaw County. I'm here to ask you to continue to make districts as nonpartisan as possible. please select Cherry V2 or Linden for Senate maps. If you don't continue to work on the House maps, please select Hickory as it is the fairest of the maps. Thank you for all your hard work you have done, and remember to make partisan fairness a priority. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2.
Good morning, and thank you, commissioners, for all your hard work. Gary Moorhead from Auburn Hills. Now that we've approved, I'm sorry, now that we approach the final decisions on maps, we get to see the commission's real superpower. Not that you did a bad job with drawing the maps, but honestly, your superpower is the thing you can only do, and that is select the final ones. So I'd like to just suggest one suggestion regarding the procedures for making that selection. It's necessary to have a little more detail than what's in the state constitution. That's a good outline, but you should, and I'm probably thinking you've already gotten to this, develop some additional rules and procedures beyond what's currently in the mapping process guide. One is to have an orderly approach and avoid a scramble for the microphone on the majority votes. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
Hello, I'm Ed Saunders, and a resident of Ann Arbor. Since the year 2000, the party receiving the most statewide House votes won the State House only half of the time. I'm sure you have heard this statement many times. I worked hard to get Proposal 2 on the ballot in 2018 and joined a majority of voters in every county to pass it with the goal to end political gerrymandering. I sincerely thank you for your considerable efforts to realize this goal. The last minute change to allow commissioner initiated maps shocked the public. It may be well-intentioned and even produce good maps, but the late change in the process does not instill confidence. We all know that birch trees stand out in the forest. Birch 2 also stands out as the best congressional map. It's fair and respectful of communities of interest. If you are going to choose congressional maps from the commissioners, the Satella map is also good. Like Linden and Cherry 2, and also Hickory if you must choose, but the House maps need a lot more work. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4.
I'm Nancy Durance. I'm from Livingston County. I'm a pediatric nurse. I'm also a former hospital administrator and a realtor. Livingston County has increased the population dramatically. There's over 4,000 of us every single day that come down 23. We have clerks that live in Howell. We have clerks that live in Hamburg and also in Pinckney. We are aligned with Washtenaw County. Hickory is a map that represents greatly our interests. I am down here 5 days a week for work, and I'm also down here for a 6th day. The church that I am attending is in Washtenaw. Please, our interests are greatly aligned with Hickory. We depend on Mott Children's Hospital for the health care of our children that live in Livingston County. Please consider Hickory as the map that you consider. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your work. It is a hard job that you have. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. And just for the people who are online waiting for remote public comment, we currently have 43 people signed up in person for in-person public commentary. Number 5.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Hallie Fox. I'm a lifelong resident of Ypsilanti, a recent U of M graduate, and will be attending Harvard Law next year with a focus in election law. I'm here today because Michiganders like me deserve the opportunity to elect lawmakers in districts that do not unfairly advantage one party over another. While the chestnut and cherry maps are a real improvement over the 2010 status quo, there's still more work to be done, especially with the state house maps, to ensure that each Michigander has fair proportional representation. I want to stress that this is possible and it must be done. In my studies, I've actually drawn dozens of maps for Michigan State House, Senate, and congressional districts, and I know it's not easy. I feel your pain. However, I know I've also drawn state house maps that have less than a 2.5 efficiency gap, Senate maps that have less than 1.25% gap, and congressional districts that have less than a 0.25 population deviation. It is the duty of this commission to ensure that each and every Michigander has an equal opportunity to elect their preferred candidates. While the cherry, chestnut, and hickory maps are currently our best chances, I urge you to continue working and to pass the most partisan fair maps before you today. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Hi, I'm Brian Grimminger. I live out in Lodi Township between Ann Arbor and Saline. Thank you very much for the incredible work you've been doing over the last months as we've worked with trying to find the right solutions for redistricting. I believe that fair elections require fair maps. And that means that there has to be an equal opportunity for parties to win elections if they have the most votes for those elections. So of the US House maps, I support the Zatella. State Senate, I support Linden. And the State House, I think, also still needs some work to become something other than locking in a particular partisan advantage for one party. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7.
Before you start the time, I do have a question because the website, your website indicates that we have 90 seconds.
No, we actually changed it to a minute several meetings ago.
I looked at the website yesterday, it was 90 seconds. Start my time, please. I've been a resident of Waterloo Township in Jackson County for nearly 18 years. I spoke about our beautiful township to you back in May at the first Redistricting Commission public comment hearing in Jackson, and a month ago in Lansing. Here I am again. Several of the maps continue to pull Waterloo Township into Washtenaw County and even Livingston County maps. Waterloo Township is a small rural community on the far northeast corner of Jackson County. Please understand that Waterloo Township is very rural and has very different needs from Washtenaw and Livingston County. I will say this again, our needs will go unaddressed if we are merged with Washtenaw and or Livingston counties. As a member of Waterloo Township's Planning Commission, I ask that you again keep us with similar townships in Jackson County, such as Henrietta, Leone, and Grass Lake. We are already working together on similar needs and issues. Please use Chestnut for congressional, Palm for state senate, Zatella for House rep. Thank you for your work on this important project and for listening to residents.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 8.
Hi, my name is Sharon, and my community of interest is the rural area that I have lived in for 20 years, which is Waterloo Township, Jackson County. Waterloo Township's population is low density with biking trails, horse trails, campsites, and water sports lakes. And 50% of our township is DNR property. My community of interest has low light pollution that makes the stars pop at night and has low traffic levels. So there's no congestion and minimal noise. These things are very much in contrast with noisier, more congested, light polluted, higher density areas such as the city of Ann Arbor. City residents enjoy close proximity to restaurants, retail, shopping, and museums. This is very different from the expectations and the needs of rural residents. Point is that people in rural and high density areas had different preferences and resource requirements and should therefore have different representation. Most of the existing draft maps don't accomplish this for Waterloo. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 9.
Good morning. My name is Kathy McClinchy. I'm a resident of Waterloo Township in Jackson County. My thoughts on this redistricting is very common sense approach. Consider you have cattle and rabbits. They are very different in size and needs. You wouldn't group them all together in a field and expect that they would all require the same amount of care. The rabbits will not consume the same amount of feed and care as the larger cattle. So in the same way, a small community will not have the same needs as what is offered in a large city. Examples: water, sewer, public transportation. There is no reasonable reason to group a small community with larger ones. The larger communities' needs are very different from the small ones. They would want very different representation, and that's no bull. Most of the existing maps do not reflect this idea of small versus larger communities. In my opinion, the maps that best accomplish fairness for both communities would be the Zatella state map the Chestnut congressional map, and the Palm State Senate map. Thank you for your time and efforts on this redistricting.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 10.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Upton. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I am also a resident of Waterloo Township in Jackson County. I moved from Ann Arbor actually to Waterloo Township because of the vastly different community of interest aspects of each location. Ann Arbor is high density and has many citizen services such as water, sewer, broadband, internet, and public transportation. Waterloo Township residents don't have these services, aren't taxed for them, and prefer it that way. It is quieter in the country, less congested, and people don't have to rely on these services that are offered in the city at a cost. These different communities of interest require different representation, as the resources they have and the resources they may or may not need are very different. Most of the existing draft maps combine Waterloo Township with Washtenaw County and the city of Ann Arbor, which won't accomplish the different representation that is required. Of the maps that exist, the ones I think that can achieve the appropriate representation for both rural and urban areas are the Satella State House map, the Chestnut Congressional map, and the Palm State Senate map. Thank you for your work on this complicated and difficult process.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 11.
Commissioners, you drew some fair maps when you focused on the top 3 criteria through communities of interest. When you moved from communities of interest down to partisan fairness, you didn't just tweak your maps, you completely redrew your maps. By changing the maps so drastically, your own process became unconstitutional. There are hours of online videos demonstrating how you gerrymandered the maps for partisan fairness. You committed the very act Proposition 2 of 2018 was designed not to do. When your maps are challenged in court, and I guarantee you they will be, the only maps that have a remote chance of holding up in court are Chestnut, Palm, and Magnolia. Chestnut, Palm, and Magnolia. I look forward to the court challenges to come, and it would be justified to see you defend your gerrymandering under oath in a court of law.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12.
Thank you to the committee for your work and for taking time to hear input from citizens. My name is Mike Cameron. I live in Waterloo Township in Jackson County. My township has very different needs than the larger townships and communities in Washtenaw County. What I've noticed with the draft maps is that in almost every case, Waterloo Township is included with Washtenaw County, including the city of Ann Arbor. I have concerns about one representative being able to protect the needs of these vastly different communities. I would like to see Waterloo Township included in Jackson County District since they are similar communities of interest. Of the draft maps remaining, I feel the following maps would do the best to protect rural communities. Chestnut Congressional Map, Palm State Senate map, the Satella State House map. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13.
My name is Gail Steiner. I live on Ann Arbor's west side. I speak out today for the same reason that I volunteered nearly full-time with the Prop 2 campaign to end gerrymandering. That motivation is protecting people's right to choose our elected officials. My 2 favorite consensus maps for partisan fairness are for Congress, Birch version 2, and for State Senate, Linden. The State House maps appear to result in the party projected to win the most votes, not likely to win a majority of seats. That is deeply disappointing. Because of your timeline, if you must choose a consensus map, I reluctantly recommend Hickory as the least egregious of the 3 options. Thank you for putting yourselves publicly on the line to protect our democracy.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 14.
Good morning. My name is Dave Wessner. I'm a resident of Waterloo Township in Jackson County. I commend the commission for undertaking a very difficult and complex task. In reviewing the proposed redistricting maps, I was disappointed to discover that that Waterloo Township has been separated from Jackson County and attached to Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County. Basically, I believe this is contrary to the guiding principle of communities of interest, which is meant to maintain common values and needs and so forth of respective communities. Certainly, Waterloo Township, being a small rural community, has a lot more in common with its adjoining urban and rural communities in Jackson County. As a result, I urge the commission to consider the following maps that best integrate urban and rural needs. It would be the Palm map for state senate, the Zatella map for state house, and the Chestnut for the congressional map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 15.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Sandy Serini Elzer, and I live in Ann Arbor. I practiced law here for over 30 years. First, I want to thank you for your hard work over the last 18 months. I know it's been a challenge to be the first independent citizens redistricting commission. You guys are leading the way. I watched you in action, and I can see how much you care about keeping the redistricting process transparent, fair, and nonpartisan, as required by the Constitution. I reviewed the maps and the analysis done by the Secretary of State and also by the nonpartisan Michigan State IPSR project. These are my requests on the maps. Please adopt the Chestnut map for Congress. It's the fair map and it keeps the most communities of interest together. For State Senate, adopt the Linden Collaborative map or Commissioner Kellum's map that strengthens the Detroit VRA districts. For State House, please adopt Pine version 5 or Hickory. Finally, I'm so glad your meetings and discussions are open and transparent. Please keep it that way. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 15.
Yeah, hi. So you can go ahead and start the time and I'll probably stare at my phone since it's so short. While I realize no map can perfectly satisfy some of everyone, there are some obvious issues with some of these maps, especially those that split Jackson and Ann Arbor in half and connect the north sides together and the south sides together of vastly different communities. Worse yet, people are commenting on these maps happy to silence and suppress the voices and voters of our communities in favor of securing seats for political candidates or prioritizing the agenda of politicians instead of prioritizing the people they're supposed to serve. Proper representation for our community of interest matters. The people of Jackson County and the people of Ann Arbor are great people, but they have very different wants and needs and different problems that require different solutions, each of which should be properly represented as to best serve the people in those respective communities. If you truly care about the people of our communities in Michigan, then please recognize that diversity between these different communities in our state deserve accurate and proper representation. The best maps, I believe, that serve this goal are Chestnut for congressional, Palm for Senate, and Satella for State House. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 16. Do we have another number 16? Okay, let's move on to 17 then.
I hate these masks. Yes, my name is Mike. I live in Lodi Township outside of Saline. And I thought that one of the best comments that I've heard or read, I should say, on redistricting had to do with the front page of the New York Times this past Monday. I want to read just the first sentence. A year before the polls open in 2022 midterm elections, Republicans have already poised to flip at least 5 seats in the closely divided House thanks to redrawn district maps that are more distorted, more disjointed, and more gerrymandered than any since the Voting Rights Act was passed in 1965. Here in Michigan, I think we have this whimsical largely Republican stuff about communities of interest, which are being used, from what I hear, as a justification for gerrymandering. All this says to me is that the voting rights bill must be passed. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 18.
Morning. My name is Bill Richardson. I live in Waterloo Township in Jackson County, Michigan. I have concerns about all three types of maps since in most cases, Waterloo Township is included in Washtenaw County districts, not Jackson County districts. Also, Jackson County is not kept whole in many of these maps. I heard an overwhelming theme in the May hearing in Jackson from both rural and urban residents that urban and rural communities are different and need different representation. Waterloo Township is a single precinct of township of less than 3,000 residents, has very different needs from the larger populated townships in Washtenaw County. Our township has no city water, no city sewer, no broadband internet, and no public transportation. City of Ann Arbor has all of these things. How can a single representative represent all their constituents when their constituents have such vastly different resources and needs? The maps I feel do the best to protect rural communities in Jackson County are Chestnut for congressional, Palm for state senate, and Zatella for state house. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 19.
Good morning. My name is Lori Lisi, and I've come in today from Huntington Woods in Oakland County. Thank you for your hard work. I'm sure it has felt thankless at times. Be assured that many Michiganders appreciate how difficult your task has been. I speak today in support of the Birch congressional map. It is fair and has the strongest VRA districts of the congressional maps. In my district, this map keeps together cities that I consider to be my sister cities. It combines parts of Macomb County and Oakland County together in districts, making for more fair, competitive districts. With respect to the Senate maps, I like the Kellum Senate map. This map respects Detroiters' concerns for adherence to the VRA by not dipping down from Oakland County into Detroit like other maps have done. I hate to end on a bummer note, but I cannot support any of the House maps as they are not fair. Please continue to work on the House maps by looking to the maps that have been submitted to the commission by others that satisfy constitutional requirements and are fair. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 20.
Good morning. My name is James Halleck, and I live in Ann Arbor. After studying the maps as proposed by the Independent Commission, I believe the following about the three separate maps. Congressional maps. Of the congressional maps, I believe the best map is the Zatella map, which is partisan fair and meets many of the other criteria. I saw a comment that was put into the comments section for District 14 and that it was a gerrymandered district. Gerrymandering by definition is favoring one party over the other. This map is partisan fair, so either side could win based on merits. Of the state Senate maps, I favor the Zatella map as meeting the issues of partisan fairness as well as many of the other criteria. State House maps, unfortunately, none of the House maps are good with partisan fairness, and the best map so far is the AFL-CIO map, but needs to be revisited and revised. I want to thank the commissioners for all of their hard work. There's still more to be done.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 21.
My name is Sila Tomas, and I'm from Ann Arbor. Thank you, commissioners, for all your hard work in improving the maps. For the US congressional map, I like Birch version 2. It has partisan fairness and is fine with the Voting Rights Act, VRA. Chestnut is competitive with party fairness and VRA. I prefer Zatella. It has partisan fairness, does better with community of interest than Birch or Chestnut. For the Michigan state, Linden and Zatella do well with partisan fairness and with the VRA. Kellum does well with partisan fairness, and the AFL-CIO map does well with community of interest. For the State House map, unfortunately, only the AFL-CIO map indicates some partisan fairness, good coverage of communities of interest, and representation of the VRA. I ask the committee to please go back to the drawing table and focus on creating more maps with partisan fairness, what is crucial for the State House.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 22.
My name is Ron Emus. I live in Southeast Ann Arbor. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for your service. This is hard. The House districts are unacceptable. They are unfairly partisan with uncompetitive districts that do not represent the voting public in this state. In the Senate, Linden is a fair and balanced map that I support as representing my Southeast Ann Arbor interests aligned with Pittsfield and Ypsilanti. The Satella map is also acceptable. The congressional district map I prefer is Birch version 2. It is balanced and fairly nonpartisan with competitive districts. It encompasses the environmental concerns I have for the Huron River and the economic concerns of the I-94 corridor around Ann Arbor. Clearly, fair maps can be produced. House district maps can be produced that do not waste so many votes in so many districts and that are fair and balanced. Please rectify the House district maps so they fairly reflect the majority voting preferences of the people across the state. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 23.
Jill Adams, Lenawee County. In all of the state house maps, there are over 50 districts that cross county lines that could and should be kept compact within one county or fewer counties. There are 38 sparsely populated counties that are being chopped up into 4 to 6 districts that could easily be kept whole. There are 24 counties with less than 80,000 people that are split into 2 to 3 districts. You are trying so hard to force your definition of communities of interest that you have lost sight of actual communities. Your logic is like categorizing hospital patients according to their political affiliation and then assigning them to a nurse who is instructed to care for an equal amount from each category, instead of having the same nurse treat all the heart patients on the same floor. Her floor or area of expertise is with the heart patients. And my time is not up. The same floor, not jumping around and trying to treat various issues that don't involve her specialty. Show me which representatives okay with their once compact districts being spread across 2 to 3 counties. And show me how many constituents want their communities broken up into unidentifiable irrational puzzle pieces being represented by 2 to 3 different people. This
Thank
will
you
be
for
a
addressing
nightmare for the
commission, ma'am.
clerks.
Number 24.
Good morning, commissioners. I sincerely thank you for your public service to the people of the state of Michigan. My name is Jim Paul. I'm a resident of Freedom Township in Western Washtenaw County. I'm a farmer and an engineer. In my opinion, communities of interest is vague and should not take precedence over partisan fairness. It's my understanding that the Supreme Court agrees. Before this commission was formed, who even knew what communities of interest was? I didn't. I had to look it up. You all know the wording, including but not limited to populations of historic or economic interests, etc. I and my family belong to many communities of interest, and there is no way anyone could draw districts whose boundaries did not divide some of those communities of interest. Western Washtenaw County should be included in districts with all or some of Jackson County because we share common interests and because these districts have more fairness and less partisan advantage than the districts that segregate Washtenaw County. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 25.
Hi, my name is Jeannie Brown and I'm from Summit Township. I would like to propose the Chestnut map. We love Washtenaw County people, but Senate District would not be well served by having Jackson and Washtenaw put together. I would also suggest the Palm map and the Magnolia map. These maps represent our common community values and opinions. I feel that Washtenaw County values and opinions conflict with the most of the people in Jackson and Hillsdale County. We are more country people than high city tech and don't feel Jackson County would be represented properly. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 26.
Good morning, commissioners. First, I'd like to tell you that I'm grateful for the dedication of this tedious task. My name is Stephanie Riley. I moved from Ohio in 1981 to Jackson, where I've established my home, family, and my career. My vote is for the Chestnut, Palm, and Magnolia maps. These maps keep Jackson County whole or mostly whole and with the surrounding counties of similar interest. I have concern with the maps that are combining Jackson with Washtenaw County. Mixing Jackson with Washtenaw County is like bringing the Ohio State Buckeyes into the big house. To win this game, both counties need to be able to run plays that support their own goals and special interests. I vote to keep Jackson out of Washtenaw County because our areas are vastly different. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 27.
Hi, my name is Ginny Preuss and I live in Plymouth, Michigan. I want to start by thanking you for your exceptional effort in managing this process in a fair and effective manner. Regarding the congressional maps, my preference is Birch and second is Chestnut because both reflect partisan fairness. Regarding state senate, I prefer Linden and also the alternatives Kellum and Satella, all for their strengths with communities of interest, partisan competitiveness, and VRA districts. Unfortunately, when it comes to House maps, there does not appear to be a good choice. Please take some time to develop a better alternative for the House maps, one that reaches partisan fairness. I understand not wanting to trigger another 45-day comment period, but we will have to live with these maps for another 10 years, and it's really important that they be fair. None of the current options would result in electoral outcomes that accurately reflect how Michiganders vote. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 28.
Good morning. My name is Carolyn Stark, and I'm a long-term resident of Ann Arbor and worked hard on getting Prop 2 passed. Thank you to the commissioners for all your hard work on these maps. I favor the Birch version 2 map for the congressional districts. It reflects the statewide voting patterns quite well and addresses many communities of interest. Partisan fairness is achieved in this map. For the state senate maps, I favor the Linden map. By joining Ann Arbor with Jackson and Ypsilanti, it makes our district more diverse and balanced, and it reflects partisan fairness. Regarding the state house maps, I believe that more work is needed. Each proposed house map gives the majority of seats to the minority of voters. Perhaps the commission can draw from the good maps submitted by our citizens for ideas to improve these maps. Our whole country is watching Michigan's progress in redistricting. The New York Times article that was referred to earlier is very interesting in that way. We need to show them that the process works and that we can come up with fair maps so that the majority of seats are filled by the votes of the majority of voters. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 29.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Robert George. I am a Washtenaw County Parks and Recreations Commissioner, and I am very happy to be here and thank you for your service. I was able to address the commission at the very first meeting in Jackson, and I just want to advocate for the Cherry version 2 map for the Senate, as it keeps the Waterloo State Recreation Area whole, which is a very important park and recreation center for Washtenaw and Jackson counties. Additionally, I want to convey that the Paul map is the worst map for partisan fairness at the Senate level. It packs Washtenaw County voters together, and I would very much encourage you to not adopt that map. Additionally, in regards to the House and the congressional maps, Chairwoman Satella's maps for both levels are the best on partisan fairness metrics and creating more competitive districts that lead to better representation. Thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 30.
Good morning. My name is Janet Goldwasser. I live in Pittsfield Township. First, thank you for all your hard work on this monumental task of redrawing districts for the Michigan House and Senate and our representatives in Congress. You have accomplished a great deal, but I would urge you not to stop just yet. You need to continue your work and improve the maps. for the Michigan House districts. Let me repeat, you need to revise and improve the House district maps. When we voted to amend our state constitution and establish this commission, our major motivation was to make the districts fair. By fair, that means that the party that gets the most votes statewide should get the most seats in our legislature. The new districts for the Michigan House, unfortunately, do not do that. These maps need to be redrawn. You do have time to accomplish this. I know you may be tired, but I urge you not to stop when you are this close to the finish line. Redraw the Michigan House maps to eliminate the partisan bias. We will live with these maps for 10 years. Push on for a few more weeks. Do it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 30. Thirty-one.
Hello, I've addressed you before. My name's Alice, and in the interest of time, I'm just going to say that I published a comment portal submission W9051 in which I outline why I think the Palm Senate map is legally questionable. I think it is a cracking and packing scheme for the Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti area and the ethnic and minority populations and their surrounding communities. I would urge you not to adopt the Palm map and instead go with the Linden map, which is a fair and accurate community of interest for the greater Washtenaw County area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Did we have a number 30? Just want to make sure I didn't skip 30. Oh, you were 30. Okay, so 31 just went, so 32.
Good morning. My name is Stuart Dowdy. I'm a resident of Pittsfield Township here in Washtenaw. I'd like to concentrate my comments today in regard to the House maps. You've already heard some good comments and testimony in showing that these maps need rework. I strongly urge you to please revise the House maps. Take the time to do it. I also understand that you have some concerns that doing so, revising the House maps, will trigger another 45-day period. I'd like to give you at least one of many possible reasons why revising it is a better alternative than simply picking the best of the lot in the House maps. That's because litigation is likely on any decisions you take, litigation in the state courts. Put yourself in the position of several months from now being told by one of the courts to redo these maps. That's more expensive. It's more confusing. It's going to be more work for the clerks, more work for you, and more confusion for the voters. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 33.
Good morning. My name is Tim Wilson. I'm from Jackson, where I practiced law for many years. When making your final selections, I'm going to oppose any plans that divide up Jackson County. I just don't see how that's necessary. Further oppose any plans that place Jackson with Washtenaw. Lastly, we'd like to keep Waterloo Township. We're very proud of its beauty and its natural resources. I'm from Summit, but we'd like to keep them. Thank you to the commission and all my fellow citizens that are participating. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 34.
Good morning, Nancy Wang on behalf of Voters Not Politicians. I'd like to make just a few points today. First, I'd like to commend all of you and thank you so much for all of the work that you've done and especially how you've done that work. You've really been a model of working in collaboratively in cooperation with mutual respect for each other all along the way, which is the opposite of what we're seeing all across the country and what we've seen in the past with redistricting in this state as well. We also appreciate how you've taken seriously all of the public comment that you've gotten, that you still continue to get. We encourage you to keep public comment and keep incorporating it in your decision making, especially as to partisan fairness. And lastly, as you go towards the final vote, first on the collaborative maps only, trying to get to a constitutional majority, and then to RC individuals. We hope that you will adopt best practices like putting all the maps on the same ballot and voting by secret ballot so you can reach the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 35.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Yalcin Yanukolu, and I am co-founder of Next Vote and a resident of Ann Arbor. First of all, I wanted to thank you all for all your hard work. We helped many communities with their maps this year. We also analyzed close to 300 district maps. We like the congressional and Senate maps for their political fairness. We find the proposed House maps all to be politically biased, regardless of election results. The 4 proposed House maps would have favored the Republican Party by 2, 4, or 6 seats if they were in place in 2020. That is not much different than the current map, which is decided to be gerrymandered. Problem may be that in evaluating your maps, you're using an average of past election results without the emphasis on the latest. Political deviation and racial fairness calculations, 2 of the most important criteria, are based on the latest census results, never subject to averaging. Thanks again for all your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 36.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your work. My name is Leslie DiPietro. I'm from Scioto Township. I represent one of the diverse communities there. But I am currently represented in the state Senate by a person who holds extremist views and who is clearly out of step with the views of the communities of interest in that area. This misrepresentation could easily be remedied by the expansion of the map to incorporate the areas of Jackson and Ypsilanti, which would bring about a greater representation. And if I may say so, a higher caliber of representation. I am very glad to hear that you put forward the Linden version for state Senate, and I support other comments about the House maps being highly partisan and therefore legally questionable. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 37.
Thank you to the panel for listening, and I hope you'll listen closely. All of Jackson County is a single community of interest. I think that's been established in earlier hearings. Jackson County and Ann Arbor, no matter how you claim it, are totally different. In fact, previous Ann Arbor testimony complained that Ann Arbor, the district, the Senate district was confined to too close an area. Solution, your solution so far, divide Jackson County in half, divide the city of Ann Arbor in half, join the halves. Wow.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 38.
All right. Good morning, commissioners of the MICRC, Anthony Scannell, Wayne County. I drove all 45 minutes from Wayne County to here, Ann Arbor, beautiful with all the students running around this morning. It's so great to see. But I probably live in one of the best defined communities of interest in the state, which would be downriver. And at least anyone in downriver could tell you every city's in it, but no commissioner up here could tell you every city that's in it. Because at the last meeting, we had the chair saying, oh, yeah, I'm familiar with downriver. I grew up in Dearborn. And then says, looks at the map. Did I select Melvindale on this map? I don't know. So when you tell me you constructed it starting with communities of interest, I'm at a loss because I'm looking at the district congressional, especially that I live in. And I've lived there my whole life. And I don't know what you were thinking, whose community, like the woman from eCourse said at your TCF hearing. I don't know whose community you were thinking of. So I brought a visual aid because, you know, I like to do that. You know how, here's your Michigan map. You know that old commercial, here's your brain on drugs. Well, here's your map, and here's your map on MICRC.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 39.
Hello, Commissioners. This is Curtis Fernandez with APIA Vote Michigan. At the congressional level, we feel that Birch version 2 is the best choice. And at the state Senate level, we believe that Linden is the best choice. These maps do the best at the congressional and state Senate level at protecting our communities of interest in Metro Detroit. That being said, we urge the commission to spend more time revisiting the state house maps as they have considerable issues with partisan fairness. If we want to right the wrongs that gerrymandering has caused to our state, then we need to revisit the state house maps. As always, I appreciate the work that the commission has done. I know this is not an easy job, but there is more work to do. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 40.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Jackie from Jackson County. The MICRC website says that for the first time in Michigan history, the commission will lead the redistricting process to draw fair and independent maps. It says you as commissioners are responsible for drawing the district lines for Michigan Congress, House, Senate, and you are the only entity to draw and adopt these plans. This is a great responsibility. Our Michigan Constitution requires specific criteria and procedures you must utilize when proposing and adopting these plans. A few criteria are: districts shall be of equal population, districts shall be geographically contiguous, shall reflect the state's diverse population, and committees shall reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. We citizens ask you hear our pleas for authentic representative democracy, providing input in drawing lines that will best represent our communities. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 41.
Good morning. My name is Sue Shink from Northfield Township. Thank you for your work. For the Senate, the state Senate map, the Cherry version 2 Senate District 22, where I live, is 60% Republican, so my vote doesn't count. I prefer the Linden map. It's more fair, at least in that district, I believe across the state. I prefer the Chatella map for the House for how they deal with Washtenaw County. And as a rural resident, in my opinion, I don't think the rural and Ann Arbor residents are so different. Try again, please, to draw the state House maps for partisan fairness across the state and within districts necessary so that candidates with the best work ethic and policy win. The party that wins the most votes should win the most seats. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 42.
Good morning. I'm Jennifer from Jackson County. We do appreciate all the time you have put into redrawing the maps. It is unfortunate that the political influences of large corporations and unions are overriding the sincere desires of concerned citizens. The proposed maps reflect a greater consideration to partisan redistricting than to communities of interest. I represent many who have listened to conservative commissioners being dominated by those who are pushing their agenda to break up our valued communities. This commission was supposed to be evenly represented. The concept of unpacking citizens onto rural areas is unfair to our ideals. We choose where we live for a reason, based on many factors, and hope to have representation that supports our needs and interests. It is principal to our Constitution. You must eliminate all the Senate maps that cut our county in half, only to pair us with Ann Arbor. The only proposed one that doesn't is Palm. Please do right by Jackson County and keep us united. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 43.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Vicki, and I live in Napoleon Township, Jackson County.
I have many friends and family that live there. I've been born there, all of my kids, all of my grandkids, my great grandkids. And they're concerned about the new maps that have been drawn that separate our community and add it to Washtenaw. We have so much in common with our small city of Jackson and the rural areas that surround it, and very little with a huge urban city of Ann Arbor. All we are asking is that you allow us to have fair representation by keeping our community together as a whole. The chestnut map is the best congressional map. The palm is the only one that keeps us as a whole in Jackson County. And the magnolia is the best one for the house. But I really hope that you do revisit the house maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I'm sorry, I might have lost my count. Was that 43 or 44? 43. Okay, so 44.
Hi, Norman Clement back again for Detroit Change Initiative. I'll be quick. Congressional, I'll live with the Birch. State, I will live with Linden. State House, I can't say anything about that because it's still gerrymandered. You're just taking 2 seats off. So it's still a gerrymandered map. And you'll be in court in litigation for another time. And then for another 45 days, you gotta do this process all over again. Guys, I get it. I've been here since the beginning. You guys been working tirelessly and you guys been working hard. But do not let anything deter you from doing this the right way. Let's get this right. Take the time, redo the congressional maps all over again. Put everybody's interest in state. Let's take the time and do this. If we have to live with the maps, and everything come out of the committee, so tell you have the best maps, you win the prize. But it's still not fair. It's still gerrymandered. Let's get back to the drawing board. Let's push this effort out, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 45.
Good morning. My name is Colleen Anderson. I'm a small business owner and live in rural Jackson County. I have never done anything like this before, but when I saw the draft maps for my area for the state senate, I was shocked by what I saw. I could not believe that Jackson County would get divided and connected to halves of Ann Arbor. While Jackson County has similarities with rural parts of western Washtenaw County, we have no communities of interest with the city of Ann Arbor. Please support Palm. Every other map would take my representation. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 46.
Hi, good morning, commissioners. My name's Loida Tapia, and I'm a resident of Detroit's Rosedale Park neighborhood. I want to thank you for all your hard work in these draft maps. It's evident in the Linden and Satella and Kellum Senate drafts and in the Birch version 2 and Satella congressional maps. I'm here as I'm concerned about the House draft, as every independent analysis still shows an unfair partisan advantage for Republicans in all of your drafts. Hickory, being the version that is the least unfair, still only has 1 seat advantage of 53 Dems to 57 Republican seat count to 52 to 58 Republicans to what we currently have enacted, which was found to be unconstitutional and gerrymandered. Hickory, in fact, has 2 less voting rights districts than what we have enacted. Please take this 45-day period to revise the House maps, as this will impact our communities for the next 10 years. You still have gerrymandered, unfair, unpartisan House maps. Please work on those during this 45-day period. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 47.
Hi, my name is Nick Martins. I'm a student at the University of Michigan. I'm the only college student here, as far as I can tell. I'm from Climax, which is between Kalamazoo and Battle Creek. And I know your timeline is tight, so you're probably not going to be redrawing these maps. You don't have any more time. So only Chestnut keeps Battle Creek and Kalamazoo together, recognizing the cohesive COI formed by those 2 cities. Chestnut also boosts Black voting power in districts 12 and 13 so they can elect a preferred candidate. As far as state House maps go, they are all more fair than the current ones. Joe Biden won 55 Pine districts, while he won 54 of all the other proposed maps and 51 under the current. Both Whitmer and Nessel won majorities in the Pine. So I like Pine the best. It also keeps my house in a Kalamazoo-based district instead of a district that goes all the way to the Jackson-Washtenaw County border, which is about an hour and a half from my house. So the only unacceptable state house map is the Zatella map, which slices the city of Kalamazoo, dilutes Hispanic voters in Wyoming, and Black voters in Saginaw. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 48.
Hi, my name is James Minnick from Jackson County. I live in Brooklyn. When you're 16 in Irish Hills, you're only allowed to go to 3 places. You can go to Jackson, Hillsdale, or Adrian. And out of those 3 places, Jackson was always the funnest. Now, some of us never really left the county and went too far, and we still live in our area. And I was just recently bought 2 properties in the city of Jackson, and I'm going to Jackson College. Jackson has always been a family. My brother lives in Jackson. My friends and family live in Jackson. For us to be split up, it just doesn't make sense. I tried looking at the maps, and I've listened to the political groups and the union groups, and I too much don't care about that. I kind of care about that woman's grandkids who are going to be in that area forever. And Jackson is going to be their town, and they might want to live there. And if they can't vote for that, they might not want to go there. So keep our family together, keep Jackson together in our county. So thank you for your work. This is a lot to digest.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 49.
All right. Good evening. My name is Mark Payne. I'm the DFA coordinator for Michigan League of Conservation Voters Ed Fund, and I want to thank you for all your work. So I'm a lifelong Detroiter. While Hickory is the least bad of the option in terms of partisan fairness, the commission can and must do better for Michigan. You were making good progress on improvements. You just ran out of time to deliver what Michigan needs. Also, the Michigan Department of Civil Rights said that as drafted, the maps dilute majority-minority districts and strip the ability for a minority voter to elect legislators who reflect their community and affect any meaningful opportunity to impact public policy and lawmaking. Please reconsider your VRA districts. Also, please use primary data, get it together, for State House and State Senate, and use the 2020 data as a test. Also want to reiterate what your VRA lawyer said when he said that you can go up to 50% BVAP for community purposes. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 50.
Good morning, commissioners. Thank you so much for your service and work so far. Your dedication and work does not go unnoticed. My name is Dim Mong, and I live in the Old West Side with my partner and our cats. He and I are both alumni of the University of Michigan, but work extensively throughout Southeast Michigan. I urge the commission to hear our comments and use the remaining days of the comment period to continue working to create maps that both preserve communities of interest and achieve partisan fairness. I support the Chestnut congressional map because it preserves districts with a Black voting age population of greater than 40% and recognizes that the Asian American community in Detroit and Hamtramck is its own community of interest separate from the Asian American community of interest in Warren. But I am disappointed that none of the proposed state house maps achieve partisan fairness and also fail to preserve COIs. As an Asian American immigrant, first generation American and college student and graduate, I believe the fate of my community is tied up with those of Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color. It is vital that Black Michiganders are finally well served in this process. It is more than overdue that Black Detroiters are not cracked into a myriad of districts and not represented. It is obvious that this state has failed communities of interest, and only you have the commission to have the power now to change this. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 51.
Good morning, Commission. Roger Downey from Brooklyn, Michigan. After looking at a lot of the maps, and especially the ones that are left, there's been a lot of maps put out there. I couldn't vote on any of them. And to wait till the last minute for these last 5 or 6 for the congressional has really been souring to me to see what happened to Jackson County. The Palm map is the only one that I can see that will keep Jackson County and the surrounding communities together. Any of the other maps dividing Jackson County and that only screws the people of Jackson and our community. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 52.
Hello, Commission. My name is Harrison. I'm from Whitmore Lake, Michigan. I'm also a student here at University of Michigan. I want to thank you for your work. Michigan has had notoriously gerrymandered districts for 2 decades. Proposal 2, 2018, as you all well know, was meant to remedy this. Michigan Constitution Section 613D says district shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. This is a time of heated partisanship. We all know this. People have less confidence in our democracy than ever. You all play an important role in restoring good government and confidence that our government can actually work for each and every person. Whatever maps you choose maps that represent partisan fairness, that give the party with the most votes the most seats, especially marginalized communities. They were just mentioned a little while ago. Black, people of color, indigenous communities especially need fair maps. I want to encourage you all to keep working. The stakes are high. We have to live with these maps for 10 years, and they affect not just Michigan, but our entire nation and the future of our world. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 53.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Mundi Rahman. I am a child of Bangladeshi immigrants that grew up in the city of Detroit by Bangla Town. I urge the commissioners to hear our comments and use the remaining days of this comment period to continue working to create maps that both preserve COIs and achieve partisan fairness. I support the Chestnut congressional map in particular because it recognizes that the Asian American community in Detroit and Hamtramck as its own COI, separate from the Asian American community of interest in Warren. Additionally, as Asian Americans, we believe our fates are tied up with those of Black, Indigenous, and other communities of color. Therefore, I support this map because it preserves the district with a Black voting age population of greater than 40%, increasing the community's chance of electing preferred representatives. Finally, we are disappointed that none of the proposed state house maps achieve partisan fairness and also fail to preserve community of interest. Pine 5 again includes approximately 9 blocks from the Asian American community of interest in Hamtramck, from Cronan East to Alpena. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 54.
Hi, my name is Laura Misumi. I'm a resident of Hamtramck and I am Japanese American and part of the Asian American community here in Michigan. I support the Linden, Michigan Senate map because it again preserves Asian American communities of interest while achieving partisan fairness. I'd also like to note and appreciate the Kella map for being the only proposed Senate map to contain a VRA district of more than 50%, as again, we believe the Black community should be able to elect a candidate of choice. And to follow up my colleague, we are disappointed that none of the proposed state house maps achieve partisan fairness and hope that the commission use the remaining time available to you to continue working on state house maps that both preserve communities of interest and achieve partisan fairness. Pine 5 excludes approximately 9 blocks of the Asian American community of interest in Hamtramck. From Conant East to Alpena, 1 block on Talbot Street, southeast to Caniff. Magnolia cracks the Asian American community of interest in Warren and Centerline and leaves Detroit with only 2 districts with a Black voting age population exceeding 40%. Hickory excludes part of the Asian American community of interest in Detroit and cracks the Asian American community of interest in Warren and Centerline. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I believe that's the last of our in-person public comment. Is there anyone 55? Do we have a 55? Okay, so that will conclude our in-person public comments. At this point, we will move to the remote public comment. And obviously, if anybody shows up in addition, we will work you into the remote public comment. So individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice would say that the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done. If your audio still does not work, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov, and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 1 minute to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant. Please allow our staff to unmute you.
Hello, it's James Gallant, Marquette. These are my opinions. The Citizens Research Council of Michigan is considering my request to revisit their 2018 Prop 2 memo, number 1150, in light of the House Fiscal Agency reports that were released after they filed their report, which is what I believe this commission is following the report that says that Prop 2 created this commission from scratch. Well, page 2 of the Supreme Court ruling says, no, this is a reiteration. This is a revisiting. It's reviving the authority of the commission that's already in the Constitution. That means that I will be moving that the Supreme Court will issue a mandamus order for the Secretary of State to bring forward the rules of procedure from the former Commission on Legislative Apportionment, just like you just changed the rules and invalidate all your rules because you didn't follow the rules. You have to follow the rules, change the rules. So we invalidate your rules and then get the other rules reinstated. And then you folks should just agree with me in court and we can fix this.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2, Chris Andrews.
This is Chris Andrews from Hazlitt. Please answer these questions about the selection process. Has the process been finalized? Will you be voting on one map at a time or all of one type at once? One chamber at a time? Secret ballots? Will the collaborative maps be considered first, or are individual maps considered equally from the start? If there is no consensus on a map in initial voting, will only the individual maps be considered? Will any maps not already published be considered? The public is left in the dark at this point. Please leave up-to-date, clear explanations on your website. I have put more comments in a comment at #explainvoting, but the hashtags aren't working. You can also find my comments at W9053, and Palm is particularly unfair. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 3, Sarabi Balachandar.
Thank you. My name is Surabhi Balachandar, and I'm a resident of the north side of Ann Arbor. I'm grateful for the hard and honest work of the Michigan CRC, especially compared to other commissions in the country. I want to particularly uplift Cherry V2 and Linden for Senate. I may live in Ann Arbor now, but it's because I'm a researcher at U of M studying identity in rural America. And thus, with my professional expertise, I want to debunk a trend I've seen in public comments, using some interesting definitions of rural to prioritize over-representing white conservative voters. This rhetoric flattens rural Michigan and distorts the political geography of the state. Although I would be the first to say that rural America is underappreciated and misrepresented in a number of ways, I think that especially at the state legislative level, the ability to elect enough and appropriate representation is not one of them. I very much appreciate the commission's work to ensure statewide partisan fairness and representation for all Michiganders, and hope you continue not to prioritize one group over another. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 4 is Jennifer Austin.
Hello, Jennifer Austin, City of Midland. Thank you for your historic work in ungerrymandering our maps. Though none of the maps meet partisan fairness standards, they're a vast improvement. I especially want to thank you for reuniting the Tri-Cities in mid-Michigan. I support Chestnut for congressional because it keeps District 8 counties whole and adds most of Midland, Linden for Senate with its Tri-Cities districts, and I like the Satella State House map for the Midland district, but if that's not available for the initial vote and you aren't going to address partisan fairness further on the House maps, I support Hickory with the changes made made to Detroit by Callum and Curry. But I want more clarification on the voting process. You need to determine how the voting structure will work, outline every step of the process, and inform the public of its procedures. For example, will the maps be voted on a ballot, or we have an up and down vote on each map until you get to a winner? What happens if more than one map in a category meets the 2 Democrats, 2 Republicans, 2 unaffiliated standard? What is the final decision in moving to ranked choice voting? And when will the individual maps be entered for consideration? We need very clear procedures put into place to ensure the public understands and that the commission follows pre-approved protocol. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5, Essence Wilson.
Good morning. My name is Essence Wilson, and I am a resident of Flint. I want to share that I believe that for your proposed congressional map, the Chestnut or Birch version 2 maps are the best. And for your proposed state Senate maps, the Linden or Cherry version 2 maps are best. However, I feel that comments about Flint in the State House have not been accurately reflected. Flint needs to preserve a majority-minority district, but the entire city of Flint should not be packed into a single district, which would be a clear and obvious partisan gerrymander. Flint should retain a majority Black seat while allowing us the opportunity to elect a second seat when possible. The submitted map P7273 does this and should be used as a guide for this commission in determining a state house map for the city of Flint. The commission should also ensure that the partisan split of Genesee County is reflected in the overall county state house map. Please do not subject us to 10 years of partisan gerrymander in our city when better options have been submitted to the commission. There is still more work to be done on the state house maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 7, Lori Ross.
Lori, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Good morning. My name is Lori Ross, and I am a resident of Genesee County and a staff member of Communities First, Inc. I wanted to echo the comments of my colleague Essence and note that for congressional maps, your Chestnut or Birch V2 maps are best, and for state Senate maps, your Linden and Cherry version maps are best. However, as Essence noted, packing all of the Flint into a single district in the state house is a clear mistake. Our city would be subject to a partisan gerrymandering of the next decade, for the next decade, when this is not even necessary to ensure Flint representation or a majority Black district. Submitted map P7273 achieves the goal of ensuring representation for our communities of color and allows for the city to elect a second representative, as has been the case for the last decade. Please revise your maps for the State House to reflect map P7273 to ensure.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this point, we have another in person, number 55. You may now address the commission. Assuming they made it in the room yet. Do we have 55? All right, we will just do one more remote person. Gregory Fox, number 8. Oh, we can't hear you, Mr. Fox. Can you please unmute?
Hello?
Now we can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Gregory Fox. I'm a longtime Ann Arbor resident. I worked on the Prop 2 campaign, and I believe in this commission. But like so many others, I've been unhappy with the proposed Michigan House map. I'm a Democrat, and I've been frustrated to see Democrats get a cumulative majority of votes statewide, but always get a minority of seats. Of the proposed House map, Hickory and Satella are the least bad, I feel. But can't we do better? Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have number 55 in person? You can address the commission, ma'am, if you're number 55.
Hi, sorry for the delay. Hi, my name is Regina Sang. I'm a resident of Birmingham and a former resident of Detroit and Ann Arbor.
I'm here today as a member of Rising Voices, an Asian American civic engagement org. I'm also here as a parent who cares deeply about racial and education justice. In short, please, I'm calling on the members of the commission to continue working to create maps that both preserve communities of interest and achieve partisan fairness. Specifically, please continue working on the proposed state map, House maps, as they stand. They do not achieve partisan fairness and also fail to preserve communities of interest. Specifically in Pine 5, again, it excludes approximately 9 blocks from the Asian American community of interest in Hamtramck, from Conant east to Alpena, 1 block on Talbot Street southeast to Caniff, and Magnolia cracks the Asian American COI in Warren and Centerline and leaves Detroit with only 2 districts with the Black voting age population exceeding 40%. Hickory excludes parts of the Asian American COI in Hamtramck and Detroit and cracks the Asian American COI in Warren and Centerline, and again, dilutes the power of the Black vote. So thank you so much, please.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Bernie Bennett.
Good morning, commissioners. I'm Bernie Bennett. I live in Ann Arbor. Thank you for your good and public-spirited work on the district maps. I have one concern and one request. The concern is that not one of the maps for the State House of Representatives achieves partisan fairness. The request is that you take a step back, look at the maps again, and work until partisan fairness is achieved. How do I know that there's a partisan fairness problem? I'm getting my data from the website nextvote.us. Next vote in that context is spelled as one word. What's shown there is that even the fairest map is likely to award the party with a popular majority of the votes statewide, a minority of the seats in the State House of Representatives. This is similar in result to the current gerrymandered maps. Please don't give us gerrymandering by another name and work some more on the State House district maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 10, Molly Morrissey.
Hello.
Hello.
Can I start?
Yes, you can go ahead.
Okay. Every time I attend one of these meetings, I'm really appalled with some of the comments, the threatening comments you all receive, and it's very sad. But I believe you've worked diligently, and so this is a little bit hard to say too. Like many here, I would encourage you to continue to work on the House maps. All the House maps need work for partisan fairness, but if I have to choose between these maps, I would select the Stella map. It has the best partisan fairness scores and places the city of Midland with Bay City, a city of similar size and economic interests. And it contains the changes that Cullum and Curry made to the Detroit area. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 11, Jill Haver-Chrisman.
Hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, my name is Jill Haver-Chrisman from Midland, Michigan. I want to applaud your professional and congenial behavior as a group through this very arduous process. Thank you, and please keep it up. Your collaborative congressional and Senate map metrics show your efforts to create fair maps that reflect our electorate. The House maps, they're a tougher tree to shake. The Chestnut congressional map is the most fair statewide, and I like that it keeps most of Midland County with all of Bay, Saginaw, and Genesee counties in a competitive district. The Linden Senate and the Hickory House maps are the best collaborative maps overall in partisan fairness, although the Satella House map is better. I hope in the voting process you will continue to be models of democracy in action. Remember, voters, not politicians, fairness, not partisanship. Please vote for the Chestnut Congressional, Linden Senate, and Hickory or Satella House maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12, Margaret Shankler.
Hi, I'm Margaret Shankler from Ann Arbor. Thank you all for your dedication. I appreciate how you've listened to the public comments and have adjusted the maps along the way. Regarding the woman who spoke earlier about combining rural Jackson County with Washtenaw County and saying it's like inviting the Buckeyes into the big house. Well, maybe so, but at least the game would be competitive and the playing field level. The current maps give one team a 10-point victory before the game even begins. On the congressional maps, the Stella map is the best and only map to have a perfect partisan fairness score. The Birch map is also fair. For Senate, Linden, Kellum, and Stella maps come closest to fairness, but they still favor one party and require tweaking. I ask you to do more on the House maps. While Hickory comes closest, none of the House maps would represent an outcome that accurately reflects the way we vote. I don't want to delay the process, but an extra 45 days pales in comparison to living with unfair maps for 10 more years. Please continue your good work and redo the House maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13, Jan.
That participant is not currently present.
Thank you. Number 14, Carolyn Nathans.
Line, I believe you're muted.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm Caroline Nathans from Ann Arbor. Thank you all for doing such difficult and critical work for our state. I believe that Prop 2 establishing the commission passed with a large majority that it did, and notably in a bipartisan way, because people wanted their own voices to be heard, not those of political parties protecting their own interests. I think the commission has done an excellent job in reflecting citizens' voices in many of the proposed maps, especially Zatella and Birch for US Congress and Linden for State Senate. However, I respectfully ask that the commission revise the Michigan House maps and/or call for more proposals. Based on Michigan's 2016 and 2020 election results, the current proposals continue to give a disproportionate advantage to one political party, giving the majority of seats to the minority of voters, which isn't fair. Again, we run into the same problems seen before 2018, and many Michiganders' voices will not be heard. Of all the proposed maps right now, I think the proposal by Commissioner Zatella would produce.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 15, Kathy McPhail.
Thank you very much. Thank the commission for your incredible work. We very much appreciate your efforts and your being agreeable to listen to so many people for such a long time. These maps are going to be important for the next 10 years. And because of that, it's important that you continue to work on the Michigan House map to make it more partisan fair. At the moment, it does not represent the numbers in the state of Michigan, and we need to see those again. Thank you very much. You have excellent choices for the Michigan Congressional District, either the Birch version 2 or Chestnut, and the Michigan State Senate maps in Linden and Kellum. Thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 16, Eli Nathans.
Good morning. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor. I also want to thank the commission for its incredible work. I do not believe that the communities of interest provision of the Redistricting Commission's mandate prevents the joining of communities with different cultural characteristics and economic interests in the same district. Clause C of the mandate requires the commission to create districts that, quote, reflect the state's diverse population, unquote, as well as communities of interest. It seems to me the diverse population requirement is often being forgotten. In my view, the commission is mandated to create districts that are diverse while not marginalizing communities with distinctive cultural or historical characteristics or economic interests. The law does not require only one community of interest per district. The Redistricting Commission's mandate on communities of interest is not a kind of voting rights act for rural Michigan, requiring that the commission create districts that are at least 50%, maybe 40% rural. That is not a reasonable interpretation of the law, and in fact, would violate the diversity requirement. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 17, Pam Burns.
Good morning. I'm Pam Burns, supervisor of Linden Township in the northwest corner of Washtenaw County, where more than 50% of the land is state-owned. I urge you to adopt the Chestnut congressional map. We are a small, rural agricultural township of less than 3,000 residents with an emphasis on outdoor recreation. We are part of the Chelsea community, linked in our regional fire service, library, schools, transportation, recycling, and building code enforcement. Birch 2 and the 2 individual commissioner maps split the township in half between 2 congressional districts. Apple 2 jettisons the township out of Washtenaw County into a congressional district that has no connection, no community of interest. We are small and likely to be ignored. We would be adversely impacted for the next 10 years in the delivery of quality governmental services to our constituents if the Chestnut map is not adopted. And thank you very much for your hard work and public service.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 18, Rich Thrush.
I am Rich Thrush, a long-term resident of Grand Rapids. I want to point out that the Apple V2 map is the best representation of the large minority population in West Michigan. 30% of this district population are minorities. Not only are Black and Hispanic populations represented, but Asian and Native Americans as well. In fact, the map meets the communities of interest criteria for both the Mitchwich Grand Rapids area Indigenous people and the Hispanic Center of West Michigan Kent County organizations. In our area, this is the only district map that focuses on representation at the federal level of larger, densely populated cities in West Michigan. Grand Rapids, the second largest city in Michigan, Kalamazoo, number 13, Wyoming, number 14, and Kentwood, number 23, have common, unique characteristics in attending issues and improvements that need to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 19, Dorothy Munson.
Dorothy, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
You're good. Start talking.
Hello, I'm Dorothy Munson. I'm representing nonpartisan Grand Rapids Proactive Organization. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. The most appropriate congressional map for West Michigan is Apple V2. It provides great representation for the 2 largest groups of minorities outside of Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids has the 2nd largest group of minorities and Kalamazoo the 3rd. The combination of these cities makes sense as most of the population in this district is in high-density city areas. These areas have unique demands, issues, needs, and wants that can only be addressed at the federal level. The second best map, Chestnut, has minorities represented, but not to such a large degree. The Birch map is a poor representation of this district. It combines low-density rural townships in Ottawa and Ionia counties with Grand Rapids and its 6 surrounding metropolitan cities. Neither the area nor its residents will be able to get priority and effective representation.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 20, Nada Al Hanoudi.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nada Al Hanoudi. I am with Engage Michigan, and we're a nonprofit focused on getting the Muslim community politically engaged and politically empowered. So today, I want to show support for Chestnut map for the congressional 13th for the congressional district congressional map. So Chestnut, and then for the state maps, we do think the Linden map is the best map that shows our community of interest. For the House map, we do urge the commission to take these 45 days and to improve these House maps. They do not represent our communities of interest. Also, I ask you, the commission, to look at maps 3644, 4108, 4107. Again, it's 364, 3644, 4108, 4107. Those are our communities of interest that represent our Muslim communities. We urge you to keep those together in the House map. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 21, Janice Sovak.
Hello, my name is Janice Sovak. I am an Ann Arbor resident. I live on the southeast side. Thank you, commissioners, for all your work in developing these maps. For U.S. Congress, I support the Birch and Satella maps as both are fair from a partisan perspective. For the state Senate, I support Linden for its partisan fairness and because it incorporates several VRA districts. For state house, well, these maps need more work. None of them are fair as they give an outsized voice to the minority of the state's population. In other words, they're still gerrymandered. If I had to choose among the maps presented, Hickory is the lesser evil, but I can't support it without reservation. I know you can do better, as you've demonstrated with the congressional and state Senate maps. So please continue working on this. And thank you for your service.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 22, Leslie Camille.
Hello. Leslie Camel. And I live in Ann Arbor Township, northwest side of Ann Arbor. I would agree with
Leslie, we're getting some feedback on your microphone. So if you have two computers up and they both have Zoom, if you could mute one of them.
It's now taken care of. It's out of the room. I apologize.
Okay.
I would like to say that I agree with the congressional map, Birch version 2, and with the Michigan Senate map, Linden, as they are both fair from a partisan perspective and from the Voting Rights Act perspective. I thank you for all the hard work that you've done, but do request that you go back and look at the Michigan House. There's no map that I can support, as people before me have said. Those with the minority vote get the majority seats. So please go back and redo the Michigan House maps. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 23, Lisa.
Lisa, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Lisa, if you can hear us, if you're able to unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It looks like Lisa may be experiencing some audio difficulties. I would recommend we move on to number 25. Number 24 is not present.
24, Alan. Did you want 24 or 25?
Number 24 is not present, so we can move on to number 25.
Okay, 25, please. Which is Percy Johnson.
Okay, I'm in. Good morning, commissioners. Thank you for what you're doing. But look, sounds like you got 2 out of 3 going on here. You got for Congress, everybody's happy with the chestnut. For Senate, look like the Linden is the ideal map that we're preferring. The House maps, we got problems. Not happy with the House maps because you're not giving the support for the charters like they should have in the big cities. So go back and redo these House maps. Hickory sound like it's the closest one. But it still doesn't have that support that the charters need and the big cities need. The big cities should be able to represent their community with at least a 50% vote or more. So please go back and do the maps. Give the big cities a chance to have good representation. Big cities have a lot more concerns than our cities that are around the big cities, okay? So good job so far, but you got 2 out of 3. Let's make it 3.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 28, Amador Yabara.
Amador, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
My name is Amador Ibarra from Jackson County. I want to thank you all for your hard work providing the proposed maps. The Apple V2 congressional map is the most fair provided, although I wish you had provided a congressional map with less partisan advantage than 4%. Please approve the Apple V2 congressional map. The Linden State Senate map does a good job of keeping the communities of interest of Jackson and Washtenaw counties, as well as the I-94 corridor together, and provides partisan fairness Jackson County has not seen in over a decade. Please approve the Linden State Senate map. The Hickory State House map does a good job of keeping communities of interest of Jackson County together, as well as providing more partisan fairness than Jackson County has seen in over a decade. Please approve the Hickory State House map. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 29, Vanessa.
Hello, this is Vanessa. I am from Jackson County. I'm a lifelong resident of Jackson County. And my communities of interest are centered in this county, into northern Hillsdale County, and into southern Ingham County. And I would like to express that I agree with a large number of the comments about keeping Jackson County as much as possible whole. Some of the maps divide Jackson County into 4 different districts, and this is just unacceptable. I ask you to support the Chestnut map for the congressional district, the Palm map for the Michigan Senate, and the Magnolia map or the Zatella map for the Michigan House. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 32, Catherine.
Catherine, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Catherine, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It appears Catherine may be experiencing technical difficulties. I would recommend we move on. Number 33 is not currently present, so we could move to number 34.
Okay. Rosa Holiday.
Good morning.
Good morning. We can hear you.
Good morning. I'm Rosa Holiday, a resident of Bay City, and I'm in support of the Chestnut map for Congress, the Linden map for the State Senate, and I think these give a better partisan fairness, in fact, throughout the state. But your House map, I really don't have any support for that. I think the Hickory, if it's worked on more and given in a partisan fairness, that would be a better map for us, for the state. And then I encourage you to strongly continue to work on the map so that we could have a fair partisan. This is a great opportunity here for Michigan, that we could vote, have our representatives.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Barb Handley Miller, number 35.
Good morning. I'm Barb Hanley Miller from Bay City, Michigan.
I'm part of the I-75 Saginaw Bay Watershed Community of Interest, and we thank you for your public service on these maps. We support the Chestnut map for Congress, creating a Flint Saginaw Bay City Midland Consolidated Urban District. We think that will give citizens a strong voice with similar issues in environmental, industrial, economic concerns. We also support Birch version 2. For state Senate, we support the Linden map, consolidating much of the tri-counties of Saginaw Bay and Midland. These 3 counties have well-established common interests as well. The Palm map is unacceptable because it has the worst partisan scores. For State House, as others have said, Hickory is the best, but we think that there can be continued work on that for partisan fairness. So again, we urge you to stay the course and adopt Chestnut, Linden, and Hickory with some changes, and to.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 36, Andrew Kirschner.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andy Kirshner. I live in Ann Arbor, and I want to thank the commission for all your hard work on our behalf. The main message I have for you is that I want you to please continue working on the state house maps. None of the house maps proposed so far are fair. Currently, all the house maps give the majority of seats to the minority of voters. I understand that with 110 house districts, this is a complex challenge, but it is critical. Of the congressional maps, I prefer the Birch version 2, Chestnut, and Stella. Of the state Senate maps, the fairest, I think, are Linden and Cherry version 2. Thank you so much for all your hard work on behalf of our citizens of Michigan.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 37, Lisa Jevons.
Hello. Thank you for listening to me personally. Whoops. Hi. Thank you for listening to me personally in the past and also to the public. I support the congressional Birch and Senate Linden maps. I'm commenting today because I'm concerned with the partisan gerrymandering in the House maps that many people have mentioned due to a hesitancy to break up cities. Packing cities will make the urban-rural divide worse over the next 10 years. And as you have seen throughout this process, it already polarizes the people of Michigan. I urge the commission to revisit the House maps and do better. Several organizations have submitted fairer maps, particularly Next Vote. It is possible to achieve more competitive unpacked districts in the House maps. And as others have said, it's important to get this last piece right, and I support you in doing so, even if it takes a bit longer. If not, I support Hickory and Satella. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 39, Sarah Torres.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. My name is Sarah Torres, and I am on behalf today of APIA Vote Michigan. I'd like to make some general comments about the maps. The congressional districts look good. The Senate maps are fairly decent. However, I want to ask the commissioners to please spend more time on the state's House maps. Each of the House maps needs significant improvements as they have large partisan biases. I appreciate the hard work that the commission has done, but there is so much more to be done. We need to make sure these maps are fair and with as little partisan bias as possible to protect our communities of interest across the state and correct the damage that gerrymandering has done for a long time. Thank you so much today for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 40, Michael Davis.
That participant is not currently present.
Okay, let's move on to 41, Lisa Downey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name's Lisa. I'm from Columbia Township in Jackson County. As a lifelong resident of this area, I believe that Jackson County as a whole needs to have representation with other similar areas of the state. For this reason, in my opinion, the best choice for congressional map is Chestnut and state Senate is Palm. As far as the state house maps, I agree with others that have spoke today that these need to be reworked. I honestly can't choose one that appears to be the best. I want to thank you for your time and work as you have put in a lot of time in this effort. And thank you for allowing me to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 42, Rita Turner Sharon. Shireen.
That participant is not present.
Okay, we will move on to 43. Is James available? I believe they're husband, wife.
I'm James Sharon from Ann Arbor, and I would like to thank the commissioners for their work. I also think that the congratulations are in order on the milestone of achieving some consensus on the congressional map, Chestnut being cited by many commenters this morning for very diverse communities and appeal far and wide. For the state Senate, I promote the Linden map, and as many have echoed, the House maps need some additional work. So I would urge the simple motion to be approved to schedule more mapping sessions to achieve better political fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 44, Eileen McNeil.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for your time. I wanted to make sure you knew there are many. I've heard lots of comments and appreciate the time you put into these state Senate maps and congressional district maps. I strongly support the Palm State Senate district map. It has, there's one area I think would be great if you could tweak it. Please keep the dividing line where it is. Do not move that dividing line in Grand Rapids. I live in the Grand Rapids Township area, and I've also lived in Heritage Hill. You would not want to split up and move that line down to Wealthy. It would divide the neighborhood associations and is not a good idea. So I appreciate where you have the line drawn right now at Fulton. Also, would also support the Magnolia plan. And I live in Grand Rapids Township and would appreciate you keeping Grand Rapids Township with Ada and Cascade, so they are all together in the Forest Hills School District area, which is the.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for this morning. However, I would like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and the commissioners also review the public comment portal on our www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. We appreciate everyone who provides public comment in whatever way they choose to do so and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts, communities of interest, and maps. So at this time, without objection, we will recess for 30 minutes for lunch. Hearing no objections, we will stand in recess until 12:32. Thank you, everybody. All right, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 12:41 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please announce during roll that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are physically attending from. I will call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry,
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid,
Present.
Brittany Kellum,
Present.
Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett, Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Villette,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you very much. All right, at this point on our agenda, we have unfinished business, which we don't have any unfinished business, so we will move on to new business. First item on the agenda is new business, item 6A, review of the September 30th fiscal year-end budget projections for the, projections for the September 30th, 2022 fiscal year-end budget and discussion of the future structure of the commission to carry out our business. Without objection, I will ask Sue Ann Hammersmith to provide information about the budget. Please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Thank you very much, Chair Zatella. On the left of your budget is the results from the September 30, 2021 fiscal year end. You will see down at the very bottom line that the budget has remaining $1,160.90 for any trailing bills that may come in. We hope there aren't very many. I think we're very, very close. So again, that's a very close to a balanced budget and getting as many expenses as we could into the 2021 fiscal year end and balancing that budget. Any questions on that before I move to the 2022 fiscal year end budget?
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I think we did a good job budgeting for the year. But do you anticipate anything else coming in that we can account toward last year? Or my opinion is it's all going to be pushed into this year's expenses.
I don't anticipate anything, but if a bill should come through that is dated before September 30, it would be paid in the last fiscal year.
And how long do we have to do that?
We were supposed to have it done by October 14th, those requests in. So the requests I made were made by October 14th. But a few trailing bills have come since then that have been paid in the last fiscal year.
So the probability is very low that we're going to get anything hit against it. Okay.
It is very low.
Thank you.
All right, any additional questions? Okay, Sue, did you want to talk about the projected budget?
Absolutely. So when we adopted the budget for the current fiscal year we're in on October 20th, we did not have much discussion about that. We were at a public hearing and commissioners wanted to get to the public comments, rightly so. So I just wanted to briefly go through this budget with you and let you know how it was built out. Originally, it was built out just so we could begin paying bills in the current fiscal year. As you know, by our policy, I can pay a bill or approve a bill to be paid as long as the commissioner has it in the approved budget, commission has it in the approved budget. So that was the necessity of getting something on the books, which we did to start being able to pay our 2022 fiscal year end bills. If you look at this, the line item for commissioner pay assumes paying the commissioners through year end. That would be a total of $913,000 in the projected budget. Our full-time staff have contracts through March 31st. You can see that cost that was approved in the budget. Should the commission wish to retain staff through the fiscal year, that budget would in essence double because 331 is half of the fiscal year. For mileage, we took travel costs last year and they were divided into several categories. And the Legislative Services Bureau doesn't pay within those categories. They use something called objects in the state budget. So when I built out this budget, I built it with the state objects. So everything that we do will coincide with how the state categorizes our expenses. And you can see the object column there right after the expense line item category. So for travel costs, instead of using general mileage, general travel, in-person meeting mileage, parking, meals, public hearing costs for travel, travel is all in one bucket and estimated to be about $26,000. This assumes that all of the meetings starting after January 1st of next year will be day meetings with no overnights. So mileage is built in, but no hotel for overnights after the first of the year. And there may be some of those. The telecommunications and technology internal purchases include what used to be in technology. So last year we spent $32,000. And that did include purchase of computers though, and phones for the commission. This year, that's been built out in two categories. One is for phone service. That's at $9,600. It's about $800 to $900 every month for 17 phones for commission and staff. And then the technology or internal purchases through the state, $14,904. This is DTMB costs. These are assessed to the commission. We don't, as we incur those costs. The next category is facilities, AV, and security. And again, meetings and public hearings are all combined into one line item. There's extensive detail put there in the notes, and we anticipate that cost to be projected at $242,500 this year. The public hearings did average around 22,000, with the lowest being 15,000, the highest being over $27,000 for the venues and the AV costs. Consultants, there are several consultants that outside contractors that we are working with. The first translation, again, the commission has approved Linguistica International to do translation services for meeting notices and for documents. We also have approved $20,000 for Braille. That is inadequate. That's the next item on the agenda. But this was not in our budget approved on October 20th. It projected about $30,000 this year that will be spent for those categories. The line drawing and the VRA legal counsel are the balances of those contracts that was not spent in the previous fiscal year. The local counsel and litigation counsel expenses are contracts that this commission has awarded up to these amounts. General legal expenses were not in the 10-20 budget either, but we are currently working with the paralegal. Last year, we had $50,000 in our budget for that. However, we didn't spend any of that. This year, we have the paralegal. We also have a couple of subscriptions. One is Westlaw. That's like the law library for Julianne to utilize. And also she's in need of the Relativity workspace for document review and production, primarily for FOIA requests. So there's $32,000 projected for that line item. The promotional consultant was approved prior, as was most of the advertising and outreach costs. And a good deal of that has been spent. We don't have all the bills, but a good deal of that was spent on the public hearings. And then lastly, office supplies. So if you get to the bottom line, you can see this budget anticipates projected costs of about $724,000 more than the $3,108,900 that has been appropriated to this commission. I would entertain any questions about this budget and how this commission may wish to move forward.
Commissioner Clark.
I have a number of questions. So let's start at the top line item, commissioner pay. Difference between last year and this year, I would assume, is because we had two individuals that resigned and we went for a period of time that pay was not given to anyone. So
That's correct. Both the commissioner line item and the staff salary line item assumes at the same rate of pay.
correct. Staff salaries. Now, we've got this full-time through 3/31, which is what the contracts, the original appointment contracts were. I would think that as we move forward and before we decide staffing levels and so forth, that we plug that number and with the assumption that the current staff is going to work through the end of the fiscal year. Okay. And then we'll adjust it if we get into any other conversations. I would suggest that from a staff salary perspective, not salaries, but staffing, that we go back and review based on workload that we have projected out, that we review that every 90 days. So we'll come in every 90 days. We'll confirm among us that the staffing level still meets the requirement that we currently have, or it does not, and adjust the budget appropriately. I would also, and I will put this forth as a motion as we go forward, that if we decide to reduce staff for some reason, and that staff is the full-time staff, that we give them a minimum of 60 days notice. That gives them an opportunity to get another job if we go that route. And given the workload, I don't see us even going that route personally. So I would plug this with the full number for through September 30th. Travel costs, which is the next line item. This is a tough one to struggle with because we are going to meet, but this is based on one meeting per month. I would anticipate we're going to have to meet at least twice a month. And the reason being, we've got a lot of documentation to do, particularly at the beginning. And we just can't go off individually and do that. We have to coordinate it and get the plan together and so forth. And it's just going to take time. I would suggest, and I've noticed throughout here that we've got one meeting a month. I would suggest we go at 2. Okay. And then budget that appropriately. And I know we're already over budget, but we'll get to that when we get down to the consultants. Telecommunications, there's nothing we can do about the phones. Price is what it is. The technology purchases through the state, what would those consist of? So
That's any support that's provided by DTMB. So we've not received the bills yet for all the assistance they gave with the most recent software downloads, those kinds of things, or any kind of technical.
So it's not
support.
purchases, it's a service.
Yeah, they're just internal transactions that show up at month end based on services provided.
Okay, yeah, it's services, and we do use them significantly. The facilities and the AV security, I mean, every meeting, we've got to have that. We've got to have the interpreters, we've got to have the room. I don't see where we get away from it, but like my previous comment, I would budget for two meetings a month. And again, that accelerates the cost, the expense that we're going to have. I think we need that. I don't think one's going to be sufficient. Maybe as we get through the year, we'll see that one is sufficient and we don't have enough to do for the 2. But coming out of the gate for this year's budget, I would do that. That gets us to the consulting. and the big expenses. And we knew a year ago that that day is going to come. And so we just, other than EDS and our voting rights attorney, we have a good idea what their costs may be, at least from what we've gotten so far. We'll continue to need them as we go forward. That's not even up for debate, because they're going to get involved in any lawsuits that we're in. So, as far as the local council and Baker Hostetler, I don't think we know enough now. We may not get sued. We may not. I don't think we know enough. So I would suggest that what you've done here is right. We just plug it with a number, whatever that number is. And then as we learn more, as we go through the upcoming months, and we'll know in the next 2 or 3 months, as we go through that, we can adjust that, based on what we're seeing. So I would see that acceptable. Promotional outreach and advertising. I question why $220,000 for that when the maps have already been decided on. What type of advertising would we do? And what type of outreach would we do at that point?
Is that a question?
Yeah, Commissioner Clark,
Yes.
did you want,
Edward, maybe,
Director to weigh in?
Edward might be best to answer that question.
yeah, Communications Director, did you want to go ahead and answer that?
Can we get the mic on?
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, promotional outreach and advertising,
Oh, there it is.
$222,340.
Okay. A lot of this money was spent with regards to the first round of public hearings. We had television ads that we did in Northern Michigan, Traverse City.
Yeah.
That was some of the money that we were going to try to recoup. We were still looking at doing a video assessment. We did newspaper ads through the Michigan Press Association. We did radio ads through the Michigan Association of Broadcasters. We had,
Could I interrupt you for a minute?
Sure.
Is this money that we've already spent but just not billed?
I don't know if it's all the way built, correct?
There's a line item. like
Yeah.
expenses through there.
Yeah. Yeah, I see that. So, according to the line items, we've spent $51,000 and I'm going to spend another 25,000. Yeah.
And so
Just coming up in November, but then there's additional after that.
correct. And then the one above were for is the promotional consultant that we've already signed, just so you have context.
The one that we've already
We contracted with Good
contracted
Marketing.
for and so forth. Okay. So, I got that. But then we got an additional $220,000, of which 50,000 has already been paid.
Well, 50, then I think 24 has been built for between November 1 to the 15th. Is that correct?
We have paid year to date the 50,500
Yeah.
in October. And between the November 1st and 15th, we paid out 25,000. The projected would be the total and would include that 76,000.
Would include what, 76,000?
The 50, 49999 and the 24,920. So the
yes.
projected is the
Okay,
total for the year.
So let's take the $76,000 and subtract that from 220,000. What are we going to spend the rest of that money on?
Well, we have, I haven't seen the newspaper ads yet. So I'm saying, though, I don't know if that's in there, but there's a newspaper ad billing. There's going to be a radio billing. I think this includes the mail billing. And I know,
Do we have a buildup of that money? What we expect to use it for?
I mean, I do, but I don't have, I can just tell you and looking at the numbers, what I don't think has been built that we've already incurred.
But we've already gotten the service, but we haven't paid the bills.
And we haven't paid the bill because we haven't received the bill. That's what I want to, is what I'm saying.
So I would say, let's take that money, figure out what it is.
I mean, we can come
And
back.
what we paid, and there's a residual from the $250,000. And whatever that is, we need to define what we're gonna spend it on. That's
Sure.
what I'm interested in.
I can bring that report back in 2 weeks.
Okay.
All right, Commissioner Lett.
Isn't, Doug, isn't the question that I think you're trying to get to is how much are we planning on spending going forward, not how much we've spent to date?
Correct. Yep.
So what are the plans for this coming fiscal year? And we understand we got to pay for what we've already done, but what do you got in store for us?
A couple things I have in store. One, we're looking at the, I don't want to say documentary, but the video that we're looking at purchasing with regards to best practice, what we've gleaned from the commission. The other things that we're doing is more or less social media with regards to announcing our dates, which is minimal. We also have expenses with regards to the final meeting in terms of what that looks like, in terms of renting the facility, how that is being set up, security, all of that's being planned as part of that. And depending on the type of feedback we get from the lawsuits, will kind of identify some of the other strategies that we have. And so it's more, it's how can I say, it's not reactive, but trying to be proactive based on some of the reactions that we receive as relates to the maps. Okay. And so there's definitely an opportunity, possibly, Commissioner Clark, for an adjustment, but I would hope you would let me come back in 2 weeks so I can actually see what we have and where we were going.
Definitely.
Because there might have to be some adjustments.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I just want a line item detail so we can understand where we think the money's going to be spent as we go forward. I appreciate that, Edward. Office supplies, that's same as last year. It's basically, well, it's a little less, but it's needed. So that leaves us with a deficit, a large deficit of money. And that's largely driven by the legal bills that we're gonna incur or expect to incur. And I think we need to put together a program to start addressing that with the state. Department of State. Initially, I would suggest start it with Mike Brady and see how that sort of thing works within the state when we need additional money. And I don't know if the money's coming from the Department of State or from the legislature. We don't know. Mike can help us through that. But I would suggest that as an administrative function that we begin to do that. So we don't get in a position where we can't pay our bills because we don't have the money authorized. Yeah, we know that's the last thing we want to do. So, and another question associated with that, if we do get sued, if they sue the Department of State and they don't sue MICRC, are we up to pay the legal bills or is the Department of State? Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's 2 chances they're not going to sue us. Slim and none. Slim left out.
Yeah,
We
why would they sue us?
Well, we
State?
would probably be joint parties. They would probably sue multiple entities.
I would assume it's like that. So then how's the bill get split if it's joint? You know, those are the things we got to work out with Mike.
Commissioner Rothorn, I know you've been trying to get in for a while.
Yeah, so I appreciate you walking us through this, Commissioner Clark, and I appreciate the questions because we are the ones that drive this. We are the commissioners, but there's 13 of us and we employ a staff to help us understand it. There's so much uncertainty and I appreciate the administration that you're trying to help, but I do believe that that's exactly why we're paying and having these 3 staff members with full-time at this point.
Yes.
Like the staff have to help us, right? I think what I'll just speak for myself maybe, but it feels like as learning how to govern is different than learning how to operate. And I come from an operations background. I think you do too.
I do.
It's this idea that 13 bosses can't do this, right? We hire staff to help us figure this stuff out, to understand what it is we need to do. So they're going to give us some metrics. They're going to help us figure out a way to do this. But I do believe that we should empower them, frankly, to help answer the questions that you're asking on behalf of me too. But this idea, like, how do we get that money? How do we get, who does it? Right? I do not want to tie their hands by creating some policy or creating a motion that ties their hands. I think they need to be flexible. I think they need to report back to us because we are the ones that need to do this. But their experience up to this point, I feel like if we don't trust it, we're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I agree. That's just a function of your part of the organization. So, and you should take that on. I would definitely use
So-
Mike Brady as a resource.
Yeah, so I think kind of the takeaway of what you just said is you want more detail from Director Woods about what we've spent and what we plan to spend. I think that's part one. I think part two, we maybe need some clarification from General Counsel or possibly Mike Brady about how we would divvy up expenses in the event we are sued and if there's multiple parties, multiple defendants, which I think there likely will be. And then additionally, we need to have some discussion with Mike Brady about, and our executive director could probably interface with that as to what the process would be for us to request additional funds if we anticipate we're going to need them. So I sort of see those as like the three, is that correct? Three
Correct.
overarching.
Correct. Yep. And I would suggest that we make the changes to the budget before we go to Mike with any dollar figure. For example, we talked about going to 2 meetings a month instead of 1.
Mhm.
So that'll drive cost. And that'll drive our deficit even more. So,
Commissioner Rothman.
So the 2 meetings a month also challenges me. I guess what I'm saying is, like, if our staff, if the 3 of them as a team recommended 1 meeting a month, what I'm saying is, like, part of me wants to know, like, is that what happens? Like, or is it just a ballpark, right? Or is there a reason that we need 2, right? Or did the staff, again, trying to understand all of the complications and forecasting of the future, I know is difficult, but I'm asking you, like, is there some reason that you guys said, yep, we think that 1 8-hour meeting or 5-hour meeting, whatever, per month, right? And you all doing the work in between, that you all can get the work done with 1 meeting a month for us to help you decide what you all need to do, or do we need 2 meetings a month? And again, I think that's a question that Commissioner Clark is asking. I want to be as clear as possible. If the 3 of you have decided, yep, this is the right choice, 1 meeting a month, knowing again that it's a forecast that's hard to predict, come back to us, right, with the Secretary of State, help us understand that this is the best choice for this budget. Please.
and we know it's difficult because we don't know what the workload is in front of us.
Commissioner Ede.
Yeah, well, I agree with everything that's been said. But I also think it's important for us and the public to also understand we've spent very little money so far compared to what some of these other commissions across the country are spending. I'm looking at the Arizona Commission, which is another citizen-led commission like ours. Arizona has only about 80% of the population of Michigan, and their 2022 and 2023 budget allocation is 7.9 million, more than double what we've spent so far and more than double what we were able to spend last year. So I think, that's exactly the route we should go. Let's just put together a budget request and ask the legislature for the funds that we need to do our job, especially since we've been very good at, not spending an extraordinary amount of money to get as far as we have so far.
I agree with you 100%. I think we've been very fiscally responsible last year. And we started off with that attitude in September. I think we followed through with it and done an excellent job.
Commissioner Witches.
So I just wanted to say, in regards to the meetings that we have scheduled for the budget plan for 2, I mean, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't be able to meet 2 times a month. And you can always expect for 2 and hope for 1, and saying that we potentially have to cancel 1, but 2, I think, is a fair number to at least budget for. Without really, because I don't think we're going to need much more than that.
Correct.
And unless there's some really rare circumstance where that would have to happen. But for the budgeting standpoint, I think 2 is a fair assessment for what we.
I do too, and it's going to help us in the long run when we go back to get more money from the state in case our legal bills are higher than we anticipate too. So we'll have some of that money built in, and we can deal with it at that point. I'm finished making my comments on the budget with the exception of 1 motion I want to put forward.
Okay. Is your motion on a budget or is it on,
The motion is on
was it on the
should-
staffing issues?
staffing levels.
Okay. All right, so it sounds like we have some more work that needs to be done on this budget, but I also know that, do we have a proposed budget currently adopted at this point? I thought we had like a tentative one.
We do have a budget adopted, the 2022 budget, after your gray line toward the center of the page, the 2022 budget is the 3rd column over. So we have adopted that budget. What that budget does not enable us to do right now is pay on the Braille contract or the paralegal general legal expenses. So if we don't want to move on the whole budget, which I understand there are a lot of unanswered questions, it would be helpful to have those funds available, those 2 line items, the 30,000 for translation and the 32,000 for general legal expenses, so we can continue the work over the next 2 weeks.
Pardon the interruption. This is Sarah Reinhardt with the Department of State. I just wanted to note for the record that Commissioner Lang left the meeting at 1:10 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. So because we already have a budget proposed, it sounds like in order to facilitate payment for the Braille contractor, Executive Director Hammersmith is just asking us to approve 2 line items on this proposed budget, and then we will come back and deal with the remaining items later. And those 2 items would be the approval of the consultant's translations, which is $30,000 for meeting notices, documents, and Braille. And then the other one is the general legal expenses, is the paralegal through March of 31, and subscriptions, which is the Westlaw and so on, for 32,000. I would entertain a motion to adopt those 2 line items.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion, Commissioner Clark?
Yes. Another alternative would be to adopt this budget knowing that we're going to change it. That way, if additional line items come up that Sue's already got the authority to pay, we can pay them immediately. We don't have to hold them and vote on another single line item or another one the following meeting.
Commissioner Witches?
I'll say that actually makes a little bit more sense. So I'll withdraw my motion and move to adopt the budget as presented.
Okay, so you withdraw your motion and you're now moving to
To adopt the budget as
proposed budget,
presented.
and you seconded Commissioner Rothorn?
Yes.
Any discussion or debate on the motion? All right, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. All right, the ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. I'm actually still seeing Rhonda Lang on the Zoom. Is she on there or not? Okay, all right, I just still see her showing up on the Zoom. All right, thank you, everybody. Let's move on to the next.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, can I put forward a motion relative to?
Oh, yeah,
staff
yeah, yeah, go
salaries?
ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to put forward a motion that for all full-time staff, that if we decide to reduce staff, that any individual being impacted by that will be given at least a 60-day notice of time so they can get an appropriate start on getting a new assignment or a new job?
I'd like to wait until I don't think it's a bad idea, but I think I want to explore as many options as possible with that. So I guess I don't want to lock us into anything by motioning and voting on something that we may want to revisit or try to understand more, even like what the staff are thinking about.
Okay, I'll withdraw the motion.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I know part of what we wanted people to start thinking about and something that was on my notes to start thinking about, not necessarily make decisions today, is, I think we as a commission need to evaluate what structure we want for our staff moving forward. Do we want to maintain the structure we have, which is a general counsel, executive director, and a communications and outreach director? Or do we want to make some changes in that? Do we anticipate those roles being full-time going forward? Do we anticipate them being part-time? I think that is going to play into our budgeting quite a bit. So I think there needs to be some thought about, what do we want to add? What do we want to keep? What do we want to keep the same? What changes do we make? And I think we need to discuss that possibly at the next meeting, because I think that leads into the budget discussions as well. Commissioner Witches?
I would actually recommend that that particular discussion would occur after we vote on maps in December. I wouldn't do this on the next meeting in regards to what we're going to keep for next year.
Commissioner Rothman?
Sorry, after what? After we
vote on maps. So this is something that we should possibly discuss in come January as opposed to next meeting. I think we got plenty on our plates right now.
Yeah. All right. Anything else on this topic we need to discuss, Executive Director?
I'm fine on the budget, and I thank you for approving the projections so we can move forward with the work of the commission.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we're going to move on to new business item 6B, which is updated Braille quote. Without objection, I will ask Executive Director Hammersmith to provide information about the Braille vendor estimate and timeline. Please go ahead and present, Ms. Hammersmith.
Thank you, Chair Zatella. When we got the original estimate from Lighthouse, there were 8 maps. They were doing 10 sets of maps. And subsequently, we ended up with 15 maps. And we now need 44 sets of maps based on discussions with the Braille and Talking Book Library in Lansing and their 11 satellites, and also the Lansing chapter of the National Federation for the Blind. So we went with what they requested and what they felt people would use. So 44 sets of maps compared to 10, and then 15 maps put forth by this commission. I also added 2 documents. One is an overview, so there's an understanding, for example, of the criteria in the Constitution, and also the compliance spreadsheet, because I felt that was really important for them to know the metrics on the maps that they were receiving. So instead of a $7,500 quote, it is now $24,220. This commission did approve $20,000 for this contract with Lighthouse, which, by the way, is a nonprofit organization. So I believe that they're being reasonable with the level of work that needs to be done. And then I also wanted to share the timeline. So they expect to have the design completed this week and send the files to me for review by today or tomorrow. They're going to start production, I don't think next week, but the following week. And then they will work to get all the packets shipped out by Friday, December 3rd, or Monday, the 6th at the latest. I'm recommending paying for 2-day priority shipping. They are in California, so shipping across the country could become a serious issue if we don't pay for that. Normally I wouldn't, but I think in this case, we need to be able to get the maps to people who want to review them as quickly as possible. So that's my report on Lighthouse and their estimate, and I would request that the commission allocate up to the $24,220 for this project so we can make these maps accessible for people who are blind or visually impaired.
All right, any questions for our Executive Director? Okay, I would entertain a motion to approve the estimate of 24,220 to produce the proposed maps in Braille, plus an overview and compliance chart.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Ede,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we approve the updated estimate for the Braille contractor. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. All right, next item on our new business agenda is agenda item 6C, review of the process for the review of collaborative proposed maps and individual maps prior to deliberations on the final maps. So we've had a few people mention this to us today. It's also out on the public comment portal about how are we going to review maps? Do we want to set up a process? Do we want to discuss maps before the actual days of deliberations? Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
The days of deliberations, meaning the final vote on the 30th?
Yeah, whatever day we end up doing. I think at this point, we can do the 28th, the 29th, or the 30th. But yes, do we want to have discussions before that, such as a meeting like today or in 2 weeks?
I would motion to table this till next week so we can all think about how we would potentially want to handle this. Because this conversation could take hours on how we want to potentially do this.
All right, so I have 4 questions here from our staff that I'd like to run through so everybody can. Okay, so here are kind of the questions that our staff wanted us to think about is, number 1 was what I just mentioned. Do we want to deliberate in advance of those late December meetings? Do we want a presentation from each commissioner who proposed individual maps? Do we need a refresher on the sequence in which collaborative maps were drafted? For example, we have maps that were built on other maps, and do we need someone to sort of discuss that? And then what data and metrics are we going to utilize? So those are sort of the things that our staff had suggested that we think about and look at. Commissioner Kellum, I see your hand over there.
So I know that I understand Commissioner Witch is saying that it could take hours, given the wonderful group that we have. But I think the questions that you just read off, Chair Zatella, would be like helpful, quick yes or no, so that we have a sketch of how we're moving forward. I don't think we need to necessarily belabor just the intro discussion of the topic for next week. With me saying that it's not like today we're going to be going into great lengths of how we're going to deliberate, but I think a refresher, given public feedback and that we have had individuals submitting maps, all of those things would be necessary and to me a part of a cohesive and holistic process.
Commissioner Witches?
So I'll just give my quick 2 cents on those 4 questions. 1, maybe, 2 through 4, no, because we were all there. We know how the maps were drawn. We have the metrics on our computers. We can run the reports. We can do all of these things on our own. We can call somebody and say, hey, do you remember how this particular thing happened and got it? I don't think we need to actually have meeting times set up to do this as a whole at all. Now, would I say that we could potentially meet prior to the final vote on the 30th, whether that be on the 29th, the day prior, to do some final discussion? Sure, that makes a lot of sense. But going through everything again and how we did things and why we did things doesn't really make much sense to me.
Commissioner Kellum?
Commissioner Witches and to the rest of my commissioners, I think the benefit would be for the public just to acclimate them into what the discussions are, because we know that, especially given some of the comments that I remember yesterday or today, that they might be a little behind in terms of which maps are which. And I think a refresher is necessary. We've been entrenched in the work, and so that's great that we can use our laptops. But again, we're serving these folks out here, and I think for one, we haven't really reviewed like the individual maps and the thinking behind those, and I just think that could be useful and not time exhaustive.
Commissioner Clark?
I agree with Dustin that We're the ones that are going to make the decision, and we've gone through this, we've developed them together. The only thing I would want to add from the four is the individual maps. We need a walkthrough of each one of those to understand what base they used and what changes they made for those maps. Because all we know now is we've got a map available to us, but we don't know how it got developed. The collaborative maps, we do know how it got developed. We did it together, as Dustin recommended. So I think we definitely need a meeting to do that. And whoever submitted individual maps, they need to walk through those in detail on how they got to where they got.
Let me respond to that.
Go ahead, Commissioner Witches, and then Commissioner
So,
Rothorn.
so my response to that would be, yeah, I would agree with you, but we wouldn't need to potentially schedule a meeting for that. We have 2 more meetings coming up prior to my suggestion of maybe one before the 30th, if we decide to vote on the 30th, where that can be done. But other than that, I'll stand with what I said earlier.
Commissioner Rothorn.
So maybe we're saying, so yeah, we're just talking about how we're going to use the time in the next 3 meetings that we have scheduled. I do like the idea of walking ourselves through and therefore walking the public through it. And I'll offer that it doesn't have to take a lot of time, right? It's going to be about 2 hours. That's all we got, right? We got public comment and then we have 2 hours. A 2-hour meeting, that's short for us. And what I'm suggesting too is like, I think that we might actually build more consensus, right? We might hear each other in ways that right? It's been a while. Like I would appreciate it. And I do think, and I guess what I'm hearing Commissioner Clark say, we want there, he would like to have the individual maps laid out. That's true. And therefore, as a commission to give the same respect, so to speak, to each collaborative map makes sense that it's a similar process for all of them. That's kind of where I'm thinking, okay, I can see that. Yeah. And again, I don't think it has to take more than 2 hours, or it will take more than 2 hours, but we have 3 more days, 3 more meetings, sorry.
Commissioner Witches.
So, I mean, I get the individual maps, but you mean to tell me you don't remember what we all did for the collaborative maps?
I'm trying to speak to what Commissioner Cullen was saying, which I think is about the education for the public. And that's what I'm saying is like, it's not about walking us through as much as we are remembering, trying to say something. It doesn't have to be long. It's just the idea that we are walking through why we chose this map.
Okay, and I'll follow that up with everything that we've done is recorded and the public can go see that.
Absolutely
They can
fair.
go, they can find a date and say, okay, what were they working on based on our agendas? Go watch the videos based on timestamps that are on the agendas to get the information. I don't see the need to reinvent the wheel here.
Commissioner Eid, and then I have a comment too.
Another point that we might want to discuss at these future meetings while discussing these topics that y'all have brought up is how's the actual voting going to go down? Is it going to be, I see Sarah has her hand up, and I believe there is a process laid out in our process document, but is it going to be, which set of maps come first? Are they all going to be on the same ballot versus being on separate ballots? If they are on separate ballots, well, how do we know which one to vote on first? Stuff like that.
Ms. Reinhardt, did you have your hand up?
Yes, thank you. To Commissioner Ead's point regarding how the final vote will occur, he's absolutely correct that there is a prescribed process in the Constitution. However, I'm aware that your staff and members of our staff are meeting to discuss a more detailed and thorough process that we will bring to you for review and any adjustments that you see fit. So more to come on that. Thank you.
That would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. When might we expect that, Ms. Reinhardt?
Likely at the next meeting in 2 weeks.
Thank you. So I would just add for the individual maps, I think for me personally, it would be useful to have those presentations like on the 2nd or the 16th. So we have time to sort of reflect on what individual commissioners have presented before we get to, I wouldn't want to do it at the very end on December 30th because I think that doesn't give people time to think about the maps. So that would just be my thought on that. And then in terms of presenting them, I know I could do all three of mine in less than 15 minutes. So honestly, that's even a vast, probably overestimate, because I could tell you in less than 5 what the differences are. Commissioner Lett.
That brings up an interesting point. We're meeting on the 30th to vote. Are we going to have public comment on that meeting? Because if we are, then we're going to need a lot longer afterwards, because my anticipation will be there'll be a lengthy discussion amongst all of us as to what the vote is going to be. So I guess my motion would be that on the day we schedule for the vote, that there is no public comment.
I don't know that we can do that. I don't believe we can do that.
Well, your general counsel figure out.
Go ahead, General Counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon to the commission. So the commission will be meeting in public for those discussions, and public comment is a key requirement of those meetings. So what I would recommend the commission consider as an option is maybe scheduling a 2-day period for vote, and that way allow the commission enough time. And that, of course, is based on your discussions next week, how you'd like to pursue discussions of the district type maps that are currently published for the 45 days, and summarizing those, particularly the individual maps, for the benefit of the public. Thank you.
And if I may, Madam Chair, I would also add to what General Counsel said that while the public comment period cannot be gotten rid of per the Open Meetings Act, because it is a public meeting, the commission does have the right to limit individual public comment time, as they have done in the past. But a public comment period for a public meeting is required.
All right, any other comments, questions, concerns? Okay, so I don't think we have any action items on this at this point, unless someone wants to make a motion on something. So let's just move on to our next item of unfinished business. All right, whoops, I got out of order here on my list. All right, so next item on our agenda is approval of meeting minutes, and we have quite a bit here, guys, so just bear with me while we go through them. So we have agenda for our minutes for approval from, sorry, I gotta take this off. October 29th through, I'm sorry, October 27th through 29th, November 1st through 5th, and November 8th. Minutes from these meetings were held in East Lansing and have been provided to the commission in advance of this meeting. Are there any edits to any of the meeting minutes?
Make a motion to approve the minutes.
Second.
General Counsel, can we do them all at once, or do we have to do them one by one? I believe we have to do them one by one. Okay. So I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes of the meeting held October 27, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from October 28, 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from October 29, 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the meeting from November 1, 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 2nd, 2021?
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 3rd, 2021?
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes from November 3rd are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 4th, 2021?
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes from November 4th are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 5th, 2021?
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting minutes from November 5th are adopted. May I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes from November 8th, 2020?
So moved. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the November 8th meeting minutes are adopted. All right, it's my understanding that there are no reports from Executive Director Hammersmith or Executive Director, you have a report?
I don't have a report, but I just wanted to thank Mustafa for the heavy lift on these minutes. As you can see, they were absolutely extensive and he deserves our appreciation.
Thank you, Mustafa. All right, General Counsel, we do not have an update from you as well, I understand. So we do have an update from our Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods III. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful. You can take your, take a look at the slides. We can go over what has happened and just kind of want to really applaud the commission for its outstanding efforts in communications and outreach. I really don't think the public knows all the time that you've spent, the pains that you've endured, both publicly and privately, with regards to the work of the commission. Many people know about Proposal 2 in the ballot and how it was comprised and how the MICRC has the authority and responsibility as relates to maps for Michigan Congressional, Michigan House, and Michigan Senate districts. What they don't know, or what they might not know, is the makeup of the commission. When the Secretary of State did the randomly selected process, Southeast Michigan was weighted at 35.4%, and it includes Oakland County, it includes Ingham County, and as you can see, we have as well as Eaton County. And from the, we have Clark, Ede, Rothorn, Wagner, and Witches. For West Michigan, for those who are wondering, what do we have from West Michigan? We have Commissioner Lang and Commissioners Orton. In Wayne County, we have Curry, Kellum, and Zatella. And I want this to be known, this was when at the point of the selection, even though people may have moved, this is the representation at the point of selection. East Central, we have Commissioner Weiss. In Northern Michigan, we have Commissioner Lett. And no one was selected or picked out of the ballot box for Upper Peninsula. So I just want to make sure that in terms of how it was defined, the demographic breakdown, that there's an accurate story about who came from Southeast Michigan, who's from West Michigan, who's from Wayne County, who's from East Central Michigan, and who's from Northern Michigan. Our commissioners, as you know, have endured a lot of pain, a lot of loss, and they keep coming to work. We have never missed a meeting due to a lack of quorum. And we want to make sure that that record is straight. People have participated, they've engaged, they put in a ton of hours, moved their medical appointments around, missed medical appointments just to ensure that the state of Michigan residents could have fair maps with public engagement. And so we would like to take this opportunity to salute Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Curry, Commissioner Ede, Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner Lang, Commissioner Lett, Commissioner Orton, Commissioner Rothorn, Commissioner Zatella, Commissioner Vallette, Commissioner Wagner, Commissioner Weiss, and Commissioner Witches for an outstanding effort and camaraderie in making sure that the mission never gets knocked over because of personal preferences or partisan bickering. This has not been the story of this commission, and you've heard that today in the comments that were made during our public comment period. And it's a true testimony of what can happen when people come to work together for the common good. The key elements for proposal 2018-2 that we just want to reiterate is that the responsibility was given to citizens and not legislators to draw the maps. It changed it from A-poll standards, which dealt a lot with counties, to the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Openness, all meetings are live streamed and online. Transparency as relates to subsection 11, so we're not influenced by lobbyists or other people in private conversations, which has happened under the old redistricting process. And then public engagement through public hearings and outreach. This is what the citizens voted. This is not something the commission voted. The citizens voted to go from the A-poll standards to the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. And this is why the commission is adamant in following what the citizens voted as amended properly in the Constitution when this ballot proposal passed. Sometimes the commission is unfairly criticized because we're following the 7 ranked redistricting criteria according to the Constitution when it comes to other areas that they would like to have more of a higher ranking, such as county municipal boundaries is one that keeps coming up over and over again, but that's reflective of the A-poll standards, not the 7 ranked redistricting criteria that passed by more than 61% of Michigan voters. The key findings, as you know, the commission did an outreach survey, a survey of Michigan, and the key findings that kept coming up over and over again that the public was emphasizing is map fairness and public feedback. The messages, no unfair advantage, citizen input and transparency. News stories and website was the most likely avenues for engagement. And 48.2% believe that participation will have an impact. These were the findings from the Glenn Cariff study that we did in the spring. Our strategic plan that was developed by Sue Hammersmith, our executive director, and voted on by the commission, is our mission is very clear: to lead Michigan's redistricting process to assure Michigan's congressional, state Senate, and state House districts are drawn fairly in a citizen-led, transparent process, meeting constitutional mandates. Our vision, chart a positive course for elections based on fair maps for Michigan today and for the future, whereas our core values spoke on integrity, respect, transparency, and being purposeful. Fairness is one of our things that we have, and we wanted to ensure fairness in the redistricting process. We share the process for adopting maps. We have our mapping policies and procedures that was done, as well as Redistricting 201 that's available on our website. The commission has done a great job of reference how public comments influence the mapping process. And then in addition, we took commission meetings on the road so that we could impact various parts of the state. So people had an opportunity to come to our meetings. We did one in Benton Harbor, we did Traverse City. And then in September, every meeting in September on Thursday was at a university campus, just to give broad exposure and opportunity for people to participate in the process if they desired to within their home community, so they wouldn't have to drive as far. Awareness. We heighten awareness in the redistricting process. We distributed, or should say mailed, 145,788 informational postcards in predominantly rural areas in the downriver community. We ran television ads in Northern Michigan, Upper Peninsula, and Michiganders whose media market includes Indiana, Ohio, and Wisconsin to make sure that no one was left behind and that they could get the information. We paid for statewide radio ads and newspaper ads in promoting the second round of public hearing, just to ensure that Michigan residents knew that they could hashtag show up and speak up to be a part of this historic process. Our transparency. I'm sorry, did I but our transparency, we continue to show our public comments, maps, and community's interests are incorporated to the mapping process. We enabled residents to comment directly on the mapping portal. In addition to the public comment portal, we also had the mapping portal that EDS opened up. It was approved by this commission, where people could directly comment on draft maps, proposed draft maps, and now proposed maps as to what their preference may be. And then we ensure the website is user-friendly. I would be remiss if I didn't thank the Michigan Department of State, in particular, Jake, Rollo, Michael Doyle, Nelson, and Linda, who's been updating the websites and changing it. They've done a yeoman's effort in terms of getting that stuff up and up quite quickly so that the public is aware of what is taking place in this new historic process. Engagement. We increased engagement in the redistricting process. We created promotional materials and videos. We have our promotional materials are available in Arabic, Bengali, and Spanish. Our videos are also available in Arabic. We have Spanish, but there's Japanese. There's different languages that people were able to access and be a part of that from our YouTube channel to talk about the importance of Michigan's new redistricting process and why they should engage. I want to commend the commission and staff. We provided more than 200 outreach presentations across the state, whether it was in person or through Zoom, that has taken place. We obtained at our press conference last week, recapping the second round of public hearings, we obtained 21,753 public comments. 1,950 were in person, 872 were either through the mail or email, 1,107 was public comments either over the phone or through Zoom. Then the public comment portal, which was led out by the Michigan Department of State under Sarah Reinhardt's leadership. We had 7,028 public comments. And then on the mapping portal, we had 10,796 public comments that we heard directly from the public. But nevertheless, as we did today, we encourage people to sign up for alerts so they can show up and speak up, whether it's by email, whether it's by text messages. We encourage people to mail their public comments to our PO box. We encourage people to call to learn about more information about how to participate in this process. And we always encourage people to like us or follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, to subscribe to the YouTube channel, and to submit public comments either on the public comment portal or on the proposed maps at the mapping portal, which are both accessible off the website. I just want you to know the hard work that you have done, and just want to say thank you to the commission for all of this, because you made this possible, that Michiganders, for the first time in history, to really have a voice, not just a token public hearing, but to have a voice in creating fair maps with citizen input. And for that, you deserve an outstanding round of applause for the communication and outreach that happened in this process. Congratulations. That concludes my report.
I was just gonna say, is there more? Thank you, Mr. Woods. All right, without objection, I'll ask Sarah Reinhardt from the Michigan Department of State if she has a report.
I'm glad I have no reports, so I don't have to follow Edward.
All right, correspondence received in advance of our meetings is provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. It's my understanding that there's no future agenda items to discuss it. Oh, Commissioner Witches.
So there's something that I want to bring up as a potential future agenda item for our next meeting. I've done a lot of thinking, and I'm going to bring up a motion. I'll explain it to you later, what it's going to be here in a second. Next meeting, but I wanted to bring it up as a future agenda item so that we all can think about it. I have been mulling over all of those memos that we went into in regards for closed session, and I'm seriously considering releasing them to the public, or trying to vote to release those memos to the public in the case of transparency. I personally cannot see any legal strategy that was really discussed in that particular closed session that the public should not be made aware of. So this is something that I don't want to handle now. I just want you folks to think about it. I don't necessarily know how I'm going to vote yes or no but it is something I'm going to bring up. So review them and see if you can personally think that this is something that the public should be aware, may be made aware of in the case of transparency.
So along those lines, that's something I've been mulling as well. But one thing I would like to review again, because obviously we all have the memos, but I don't personally have a recording of that meeting and I'd like to rewatch it. So I'm wondering, Sarah, if you are the holder of that, or maybe it's general counsel, whoever it is, if you could provide us with a link of that so we can sit down and rewatch that closed session and see what was discussed exactly so that it informs our decision making, that would be very helpful. General counsel?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. And certainly that can be provided. Commissioner Witches is correct. So the MICRC as a body holds the privilege. So no privileged and confidential communications can be shared absent the body formally waiving that privilege, which I understand is what some individual members may be considering. So certainly we'll provide you with that information and look forward to discussing that.
All right, thank you. Anything else, Commissioner Witches?
No, that would be all.
Okay. All right, Mr. Woods. Oh, Commissioner Curry, thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'd like to thank all the staff that has participated and worked hard for us, and even our communications director, Edward Woods, who has done a great job and a tiring job. I'd say ditto to him. He's done an excellent job in what he's done, and all of the commissioners. I just say it's been great working with you all this year. That's all.
Thank you, Commissioner Curry, and thank you, Mr. Woods. Go ahead, Mr. Woods.
I know the commission is looking at a date for December, and the sooner we have it, the better for logistics. That meeting that's taking place is not going to be a regular meeting in terms of the amount of press and security and logistics that needs to be set up. And so I'm hoping that on December 2, at the latest, we can agree upon a date so that we have enough time, but also because of the shortage of staffing, that the venue's able to get staff hired, because as you know, that is a holiday period. And that is just a concern that I have. So we're also trying to make sure our contractors are available and putting Polk on notice, because it's right in between Christmas and New Year, where people may not want to work or be with their families. And then if they have a shortage, we might not even have a venue. So I can't stress enough of having that date on December 2nd at the latest in terms of when we want to meet.
All right, thank you. Okay, any announcements? All right, so I do want to take a second to thank everybody who helps us make these meetings accessible to people. I want to thank and recognize people who help us with accessibility on our second public hearing tour, and then all of our mapping and deliberations. That includes our closed captioner, Annette Blau, Bethany James, Katie Core, and Toy Bogan, who provide ASL interpretation for us. And also our Arabic, Spanish, and Bengali translators from Bromberg and Associates. We want to thank everybody for their hard work and being available for us during these long meetings to make sure that everybody can have accessibility to what we are talking about. All right, as the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting is adjourned at 1:55 p.m. Thank you, everybody.